All right. All right, buddy. Well, we are live, locked, loaded, and goaded championship weekend. How's everybody doing? All right. All right. Well, watching Clemson absolutely destroy SMU. That's really the only game that matters for us. It'd probably take a minute for it actually works on TikTok. Wait, let's make sure it goes live on TikTok. There it goes. I see you now. You're in there. All right, what is up, everybody? What's up? We're watching football, talking football. Here we go. Georgia is SEC champs. Congratulations, Georgia. You have done it again. Okay, we are live. Alabama has been left wanting. We stink. Well, Chris, you watched the game. What'd you think? About Georgia. What'd you think about Georgia?
Oh, Georgia. Georgia played a good game. Georgia played.
I thought they looked really good.
Yeah, defense looked great.
Yeah, defense was exactly what I expected from a Georgia team. I mean, just fantastic defense.
Happy holidays, Grandma. We got you.
Sorry. Fantastic defense as always from Georgia. They really stepped up, played great football. Really just did exactly what they needed to do. Georgia, like I said, looked great. Georgia looked great today. Congratulations, Georgia. Oh, my gosh. Anyway, how's everybody doing tonight? Watching Clemson absolutely dismantle SMU right now. It's still early, a lot of time left. Clemson's about to kick a field goal, though, so it is absolute dismantling. And, like I said, Alabama's chances are slowly.
This SMU quarterback looks terrible, by the way.
Yeah, SMU's quarterback does look terrible. I mean, he's played great all season, but again, Clemson missed the kick. All right, 21-7 still, 21-7. Just now starting the second quarter, though. That's the scary part. That's going to be a rough day. It's going to be great. Georgia, yes, Georgia is back on top, my brother. Georgia's back on top. Congratulations, Georgia. Y'all earned it. Y'all deserve it. Good season. Good season. SMU would drop out if they lose by 3. Oh, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm bored, but you never know with this committee.
I don't think SMU would drop out.
I mean, it depends. If they get embarrassed, I think they could drop out. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying they could. So it's going to be intriguing to say the least. But yeah, I mean, this is crazy right now.
Embarrassed. I thought
embarrassed. So let's see here. If Texas nor Georgia should be in the playoffs. I mean, they are, though. We got to call that what it is. I mean, they're two of the best teams in the country. I mean, realistically, they're going to upset a lot of people's hearts in the playoffs because they actually play defense. You're scared. Bama's chances are slowly slipping. But I mean, the thing is, as a Bama fan, we had our chance to win. We had our chance to play. If we don't get in, I'm not going to sit here and cry about it. I'm not going to be like South Carolina. I'm not going to be like if we don't get in, we didn't earn it. So, Texas is not a good team. I mean, Texas is a good team. Texas defense is strong.
We don't deserve it. Honestly, it doesn't matter.
Texas defense is very strong and very capable. Bama. What does Bama need to do? All I know is SCQBs are awful. Kiffy's back. Kiffy, you're being led. Your QB coach is an old SEC, an old Bama coach, by the way. So Tino Sunseri. So I don't know. Bama might be in. No, Texas didn't beat anybody. You're right. I mean, every time they went up against a team, which both times it was Georgia, they did not do well. I will give you that 100%. Yeah, if Bama would have took care of Andy in Oklahoma, we're not talking about this, but I would take Rourke over Ewers and Beck. I mean, that's a valid. That's just not how the NFL works, though, Kibby. You know that. They look at intangibles. They look at all kinds of measurables, all kinds of stuff. Chris, can you see the comments? Hey, Chris, can you see the comments?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Just if you see one, just jump in. Let's see. Do we need to pull for anyone
Is there
tonight?
an echo in my voice? Or
No echo. It's probably where you've got it pulled up 2 different spots, maybe. Let's see here. Do we need to pull for anybody? Well, we were going to say pull for SMU. If SMU wins, there's no doubt. The real question will be if SMU gets dismantled, like right now they're getting dismantled. If they get dismantled, will they still have earned a spot in the playoffs? If they win, it's a no-brainer. It's over. It's done with. I'm looking at this SMU game though, and honest to God, like Clemson's defense is absolutely manhandling SMU's whole. I mean, SMU's using the speed and a lot of misdirection, but Clemson's defensive line is just manhandling them. Season was better than what I said it. Okay. Bama. Right now, we need help.
Bama gets in with a SMU loss.
Yeah, I mean, you think so? I mean, well, if they get in, then they get in. You know, SMU has the same, like, they have a very weak schedule. Very weak. It's weaker than Miami's actually. Like their resume is not very good.
Clemson loss or SMU blowout, I would say.
Okay, yeah, that'd be fair. Yeah, Stockton looked good. Purnell, he looked really good. So it's going to be interesting for sure. The new Alabama coach has lost more unranked games than Bama's whole Saban tenure. Yep, that's correct. You were 100% right. Mazzardi, you're 100% right. There was only one Saban though. We knew that when he left. So put Clemson and Miami in. I mean, yeah, they could. They're not going to put Miami in. I think, like I said, Miami had their shot just like Bama did, and they didn't make it. They didn't do it.
I possibly get in, but I doubt it.
Who? Who'd you say, Chris?
They could possibly get in, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know. SMU will be TCU in the playoffs. Yeah, yeah. Ripple is happy that Georgia no longer has to play. Georgia gets that big bye. Kippy. That's a big thing for them. If Clemson beats SMU, Big Bama will still get in. I mean, all we can do is hope. SMU nailed that field goal. No, he missed it short. Oh, man. I couldn't tell if it went over the upright or not. He missed it short. Sorry, it was straight enough. So it's still 21-7, that game. Oregon is doing exactly what we thought Oregon was going to do, and absolutely putting on a clinic on offense against Penn State. We knew Penn State's offense was anemic, and I'm going to tell you, they may have already scored enough. You know, I don't know. Who do you think UGA plays next? Well, shit. 3rd seed. Let me look. I gotta look it up. Let me look it up real quick. I'm gonna see just because, like I said, it's gonna be interesting with all the changes. For sure. I'm gonna look it up and see because I'm not really sure. Texas, unfortunately. Oh man.
Texas?
No way they play. No way they play Texas. That would be so crazy. Oh, Tennessee or Ohio State. So yeah, like right now. Sorry. Oh man. So right now it has.
Right now they have Bama playing Notre Dame.
Yeah. So right now, guys, Georgia and Texas have swapped. So it looks like it's going to be Texas and Indiana, and the winner of that game will play each other. So we'll play Georgia. So Hoosiers will be playing Notre Dame. I guess, yeah, I'm just looking at the way it was. But obviously things are going to change after this weekend. It's going to be crazy, man. What's up? Do you see us make, I think we're going to make the playoffs. I don't know though. Like I said, if we don't, you will not hear me crying about it, guys. I'm not going to cry about it. We're going to sit here and we're going to take it like men. What would they? We'll find out tomorrow evening. We will find out tomorrow evening where we rank and how everyone ranks. It'd all change if Clemson beats SMU. If Clemson beats SMU, if they beat them the way they're playing them right now, I don't even think it's close. I think SMU drops out because they just proved that they don't even belong. I mean, that's what they've done. It sucks to say that, but I mean, they've had a good season, but yeah, they get beat like that, they're out. See, as a Bama fan, if we get in, I want Notre Dame. Yeah, I would. Thank you for following, Wesley. Roll Tide, brother. I actually do. I want. I would love to have Notre Dame if Alabama somehow makes it in, sneaks in, whatever. I would love to have Notre Dame. I think that's the matchup. Me and Crispy here won't. See here. Thank you for sharing, Michael. Appreciate you, man. Like I said, hopefully, like I said, we're able to do what we need to do. But like I said, this is Georgia's day. Georgia took care of business and they won. So good for them. If SMU drops out, then Indiana should as well. Since yeah, but Indiana's only got one loss. I mean, it's all about who you play, it's schedule. There's so much that goes into it, guys. SMU is a TCU and Cincinnati type team. They don't belong. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's. They've had a great year. And if they could have somehow pulled it off 100%, they should be in.
Pulled it off.
Comment. Missed his comment. I don't know where he went. They do have one loss, but didn't even play for a conference title. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, who are you gonna put in?
Yeah,
who are you gonna put in over them? I mean, they got one loss and they played in the Big Ten. Best team should be in. You have to think about. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sitting here saying, Jason, I'm not sitting here saying that the best team should be in, but we know that the best teams aren't in. We knew that. If the best teams were in, Ole Miss, South Carolina, Bama, they would all be in. I mean, if we're saying the best teams, the teams that actually have a shot at winning, a legit shot at winning a playoff. I'm not saying any of us do. I'm just saying we're better than some of these other teams. But again, no, the record. You should win the games you should win. Absolutely. That's 100% the key. Alabama did not win the games they should have. Neither did Ole Miss, and neither did South Carolina. That's the end of that. None of us won. So if we don't make it in, we'll have to live with that. And we will. Like, we're not going to sit here and cry about it. We're going to live with it and move on. So what did you guys think so far? What did you think of the Arizona State game? That game was exactly, I think, what we all thought it was going to be. I think everyone picked that one right. Joseph, you can't really say you lose 3 games, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs, because this is the first time we've had a 12-team playoff. We don't know what deserves to be in the playoffs. It's supposed to be the best teams. Doesn't matter how many games you lose. Bama fans can never admit the era of being goated. We admitted that, Mike, before you even got on. We said Nick Saban left and he ain't coming back. We admit that every day. We don't have an issue. ASU running back Scatabo was great. He was great. Great game. Need Clemson. Clemson has 3 and will make it. Clemson does have 3 and they will make it because they'll win the championship. I mean, that's why we can't sit there and act like 3 losses is if they win this game. 3 losses doesn't mean anything. That does not mean you're not one of the best teams in football. But yes, user, you are correct. I'm an Alabama fan.
Doesn't deserve it, honestly.
Yeah, Chris is an Alabama fan. The guy here with me right now. We have both said Alabama doesn't deserve it. And if we don't make it, we will not cry about it. We will sit here and just take it because that's all we can do because we're not on the playoff committee. And to be honest with you, like you said, every one of y'all said this. Saban's not here. We understand. Or I'm not looking at the same green screen. Let's see. Fun fact: ASU scored more TDs in AT&T.
ASU scored more touchdowns in AT&T stadiums than Cowboys all year.
Big Hunt coming in big with the freaking fun fact. All right. Hey, Big Hunt, we appreciate you with that one, boy. Tell Chris to show his face. Kias is his computer's not working, so he can't really do the whole face thing right now. What's up, Kias? How are you, man? 3 losses and not a conference champ don't deserve bid. I mean, we could say that. It's not about how many losses you have. It's the top teams. It's the top teams. Make 6 conferences, 6 conference winners play. 2 top teams get a bye. See, here's the thing. I don't even think 6 conferences deserve a shot. I think there's really realistically 4 decent conferences right now, and those are the only teams that should deserve a bye. If you want to let one group of 5 in, sure. Everything else is
only 4.
Yeah, everything else is up in the air. Don't care about conferences, all that. I didn't say 4 losses should get in. I said it the best teams. The best teams, Joseph. Whoever the best teams are. That's the job of the committee. Everybody forgets that. The job is not the most deserving. It's the best teams. That is the job of the committee. Do realignment. Yeah, if they did realignment Ds, but no one's going to do that because, like I said, the SEC is happy. I mean, it would take a total. I mean, it would basically come down to like the Big Ten and the SEC joining and then like picking up some other teams and just becoming like the NFL, essentially. That's the only way that would ever happen, I think. Army looked good, Kias. Congratulations on the Army. Army looked good. Listen, the only team that can compare to Bama or get in over Bama is Ole Miss. Ole Miss's resume is probably the most compelling of everyone's to try to be in over Alabama. So, cannot be considered one of the best with no ranked wins. Oregon looks good right now. They do look good, Jason. They look really good. And he said Oregon is obviously the team to beat.
Wins?
Texas. Oregon is obviously the team to beat. I would put them 4th team in the SEC as a pick-em.
Oh.
You're probably not wrong, Jason. Let's see here. Kiffy said the 3-loss SEC teams are ranked where they should be. If a 1-2 loss team falls a day 3 loss in. Oregon can be beat. Yeah, 100% Oregon can be beat. I think we all know that. I mean, it's a matter of who shows up what day. And, it's all about matchups. If the best teams should be in, then why focus on wins and losses and not strength of schedule? That's a very valid question. Because there's buy-ins, there's like you get automatic buy-in if you win your conference. People don't want to be top heavy from one conference. They were never going to let more than 4 SEC teams in because if you think about how it breaks down, they wanted 4 Big Ten teams in. Because they're money revenue. They drive revenue just like the SEC does, and they weren't going to let more than 4 SEC in, no matter what. I'm going to try to be neutral as I can as a Bama fan. Clemson blows SMU out, Bama's in. SMU wins, Bama's in. Because one conference is always overranked. I mean, overranked is, like I said, the whole point of this is the SEC has proven this week, year after year, how good they are. Like I said, even a bad Bama team last year took Michigan with 84 super seniors on their team, took Michigan to the wire. So, I mean, it's relative. We have Big Ten and SEC have merit they can stand on. Let's see here. Boise cannot beat any of the 3. No, Boise probably would not beat any of them. Could they beat them on any? I mean, they can. I mean, Vandy beat Alabama. So, you know what I mean? Like, we can't say any given day, man. Committee loves having top-notch brands too. Yes, Purnell, that's 100% right. This is a business. Jordan put that very eloquently this week. It's a business. So if you think for a second that money doesn't drive these decisions, I'm telling you what, you'd be wrong. Yeah, Taterhead, you're 100% correct. Bama did get beat by those teams. Ole Miss is better. Ole Miss got beat by a Kentucky team that was had a losing record. So what's the argument there? And they got beat by LSU, who Bama blew out at home. So, I mean, there's holes in every argument, man. We could go both ways. We could go both ways on this. See, you let the run beat you against the teams whose QB's arm is hurt. Yeah, you're right, Kias. Army, we knew Army was going to run, and they did. They did it really well. And then it says, who cares? The best teams equal the best matchups, what makes the most money. That's not always correct though, Big Hunt. Like, cause that's the thing. Like certain brands bring more money than others, even though, like we were talking about earlier, like let's see Ohio State, for instance, a lot of the Tennessee fans that are on this podcast, the fact that Ohio State fell and they're going to host Tennessee. Ohio State's a brand. I don't know if Tennessee should be in front of them or not, but that whole matchup, the way they placed that, it kind of seemed obvious. I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird. I would have thought Tennessee would have been, I would have thought they would have hosted, but I don't know. Like I said, Ohio State, only falling 4 spots like we talked about this week is a big deal because they got beat by a pretty bad Michigan team. And I mean, like we said Bama lost to 6-6 Vandy. Michigan's pretty terrible this season. They're pretty bad. 2 teams lost games they shouldn't have. Ohio State should not have lost to Michigan this year. We all got to remember that's another thing. Penn State's not dropping out, Kiffy. They're in no matter what. Penn State will
drop out if they get beat down.
They're not, Kiffy. They're in no matter what. That's another brand. They're not going to let go anywhere. They've already set that. I mean, you've heard the committee chair. He pretty much said there's no these teams that didn't play today really couldn't impact their own for better or worse. I mean, realistically, the only team that was on the bubble going into today, I think, was Bama. And the teams that were playing. I mean, let me say that. The teams that are playing obviously had something to play for, but Bama was the only team really on the bubble. And these games could matter. Ryan Day is not a big game coach. You're not wrong. Neither is James Franklin. We said that. We said that too. Tony's, I don't know whose quote it was. Tony's been saying it a lot though. And he's been saying Ryan Day is the Michael Jordan of, what is it? The Michael Jordan of James Franklin. Is that what he said, Chris? I don't remember. I got to find it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, James Franklin cannot win a big game. Cannot win a big game. Where is it at? I got to find this now. This is important. I still cannot believe Ryan Day is the Michael Jordan of James Franklin's. That's a tongue-tied. Hey, how are you? That's a tongue-tied one. If you ever, SEC and Big Ten are playing for buys. Those teams were a lock for playoff school. Yeah, 100%. The only loss keeping Ole Miss out is Kentucky. That's by far our worst loss than Vandy. Yeah, this year it is. This year, 100%. Kentucky is the worst loss. Yeah, that was Tony. Put that one out for us. 100%. 100%. UConn owes me another beer. I'll tell him when he gets here. I was talking about Texas. Yeah. I'm sorry, Kias. I didn't see that. Yeah, 100%. Let's see here. Great quote. SMU is not getting in. Yeah, 100. If this continues, they've pretty much lost their spot. I think I agree with that one. So, we had posted in the chat today. But what do you guys think about the report that Bill Belichick, if he gets offered, is going to take the North Carolina job? So you lose one GOAT, only to have another one return.
That's crazy.
If Bill Belichick comes to college football and you can pay players, Remember, Michael Jordan is an alumnus of North Carolina. He's a billionaire. Contingent on his son getting the head. Oh, so Riddle said it's only contingent on his son getting the head. Well, okay. I think I'd still take the shot, Riddle. I think I'd take the shot because I think if that's the case, I don't know. I mean, you take the shot with Belichick. I mean, I'm going to be interested in how much the committee values a conference title loss. In what way, Big Hunt? Like, are you saying like for SMU? Bill is too old for college football. I mean, we say that, Purnell, but you don't even have to do the things you used to have to do anymore. And the reason I say that to you, me and Chris were talking about this today. So now to go recruit someone, it's coaching is no different no matter where you're NFL. Coaching's coaching. NFL is probably more difficult because you get a team and you have to that's what you have. Recruiting, you go pick. But now all you got to do is look at Michigan with some of the players they got in this recruiting class. Look at Oregon. All you have to do is throw out money, and they're going to flock to you. So you don't even have to go door to door anymore. It's like, hey, I've got money. Come play for me. Do I think Bama will still be in the college? Yes, I think Bama will be in if SMU loses. I'm pretty sure, especially if they lose dramatically. But we never know. Let's see here. Mainly for SMU since they are most likely to fall out. The way they're playing right now, yeah. But yeah, that's my thing is still have to recruit no matter what. He's not Jason. You don't have to recruit anymore. You don't have to recruit. You don't have to go door to door. You get a staff around you and you throw out bucks. You throw out money. That's all you have to do. And I know it works because I know for a fact there is a certain amount of players that just got offered cash and they have agents to go out and shop these players. They don't even have people coming to them door to door, man. Money is how you recruit now. 100% on board. Money is how you recruit. These guys, we have a couple players that were committed to Alabama. They went and got agents. They shopped them around. They went with the biggest pay. Didn't even meet coaches. I mean, they did take an official visit at one point, but
exactly, dude. We don't want to get embarrassed again.
It's Bama nice to see Bama play, but I don't want to get embarrassed. I know, Bearded. I would like to just see us take on Notre Dame. I really would. I would like to see us take on Notre Dame 100%. I want to see the staff Bill Belichick puts together. That would be fun. Now, if they put a cap on NIL, then you'll have to recruit 100%, Kippy, which I was talking to Chris about this. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you put a cap on it because sorry, I'm muted. You can't limit the money a recruit can make. That's what the NIL stipulates. So it's going to be interesting. It would take a lot though. Tell Riddle to take a shot and get his butt on the purple. He said, take a shot and get his butt on the purple. NIL is the equivalent to free agency in the NFL with Bill. Yeah, 100%. Big Hunt. That's what I think too. Justice got paid. Yeah, 100%. Where'd he commit to? Go Dogs. Did he go to Georgia? Did he sign with Georgia? Where'd he commit to? Go Dogs. Did he go to Georgia? Did he sign with Georgia? Where'd he commit to? Go Dogs. There he is. There he is, Kias. There he is. You can tell him take a shot now and get on the purple. He's.
I heard him.
He's on the purple.
And it was perfect timing when I heard him say that. I said I figured I'd go ahead and jump in because I got this one, red and white, for a Georgia SEC championship. And then I got this one, and I call this one Texas Tears.
Texas Tears sound good. Just stopping by. Have a blessed night. You too, man. Thank you. Big is talking about it. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, he went to Texas. Go Dogs. Yeah, that's all about pay right there. That's all about pay. That's all about money. And we've talked about this. It's Kias on the purple saying to take a shot. He's on the purple. Yeah, he can see you. He see it.
All right, well,
this one's for you.
This one's for champions and for Kias.
He said, "Hold on, let him get." Oh, he said, "Let him get." He said, "Let him get one ready."
Oh, that was really good too. I got another one. Just let me know when you're ready.
He said, "Let him know." Oh man. 100%. Kippy says, "Ripple, I know you're happy you don't have to play us first round."
I would still rather play y'all first round.
I don't like the way
I heard y'all.
Go ahead.
I heard y'all discussing it earlier, and if Texas and Georgia do just flip spots, which depending on how these games go, I don't know if that'll be the case for sure.
I hope
but
not.
If they do, then if Texas wins their first round game, it's Georgia-Texas 3.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If they do that, that is an absolute disservice to the SEC. Mm-hmm. SMU, man, they're having a hard. Because bottom line is, all you're doing is pitting us against each other to take us out of the playoff. That's stupid.
And Penn State did score a minute ago to make it 28-17 over there.
Okay, I was wondering if 20 was going to be enough to even. Penn State's offense is so anemic, but SMU looks completely outclassed.
So they're showing this on the TV right now. Hang on, I'm gonna back up and
big run.
Says Penn State against Ohio State and Michigan, the last 3 seasons are 0-5. Against all others, they're 32-1. And then Oregon over the last 3 seasons against Georgia and Washington are 1-4. Against all others, they're 33-1.
Let's see here. Can you believe James Franklin is being crushed again in a big game by Tony? Tony, I think we all called that one. I think we called that one. Can we all just take a minute and say, Chris is here. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Chris showed up for this one. He said he couldn't sit this one out. Go Dogs says that's what they want. Get the SEC out. I think that's true. I know that sounds crazy, but I think it's absolutely true. They don't want the SEC going any further than they have to, because all of the matchups, like me and Riddle, we've talked about this many times. You look at how the playoffs are ranked. It's always SEC all lopsided on one side, and kind of weird. Like I said, we talked about it earlier. I thought it was weird. We've talked about that on Wednesday. I thought it was weird that Ohio State only dropped 4 spots, conveniently pitting them against Tennessee and giving them a home game. I thought that was kind of ironic too. So Georgia beating Texas twice makes us look even better. Nigel, yeah, that's probably true. We have a win on the SEC champs, but we also have losses against Vanderbilt and Oklahoma. So it's going to be up to the committee. I think we have a shot, but I feel bad for this QB for SMU. He's trying so hard. He's literally just running for his life. Tennessee can beat OSU. I agree. We agree with that. We agree. I think. I don't want to say Bama. Just leave us out of it, because we're a liability right now, I think. But I think any of the other 3 can beat people. I mean, people were talking about Texas not deserving to be in. Texas is not a bad football team. I don't know why we keep acting like they are. They lost to Georgia twice, but they played Georgia much better this game. I think we all agree. Riddle, I think you called that. They played Georgia much better this game.
Statistically, that game, it's eerily similar to the first one for Texas on that side of the ball, and I'll go over it in a minute.
Yeah,
but it was much. Obviously, I thought it was going to be a lot closer game. Y'all saw my text and stuff throughout the game. It was nerve-wracking as hell being at work and watching that game and everything.
Oh,
there were many skids. There were many skids building up while I was watching the game. So
I remember those days. Penn State is driving again. I'm gonna turn off this SMU game. I guess I got to turn on the Penn State game because.
Yeah, I got them both going right now. They are driving again. If they score, it'll be a 4-point game.
Ooh.
And these big defenses are getting lit up right now.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Oh shit! Big play I think that's Warren.
They got a better record than us. Does Bama get in if Clemson loses? Bama is in if Clemson loses for sure. No way SMU is better than Bama. If SMU gets embarrassed, I think that just pretty much that's the tape right there. That'll be all she wrote. Let's see here. I can't believe they had SMU so high last week. Almost makes it impossible to drop them out. It does, Kippy, but I mean, like that second loss, you got to think they had Miami pretty high too till they got their second loss. That's got to be grounding. He didn't even get outside the pocket. The heck. All right, let's see here. I'm sorry. Clemson wins, I meant. If Clemson wins, I think we have a shot. Like I said, I don't want to sit here and tell you a lie. Manning should have stayed in OT. Would have loved to seen the outcome. Oh. Yeah, Jason, I mean, yeah, it'd have been interesting. It just, oh no, missed tackles by Oregon. Dang. Yeah, it's been an interesting championship weekend. Like I said, some really good teams are winning the games that they're supposed to win. I just want to say that Tony picked Marshall, and Marshall is up 17-3 against Louisiana, who we all said would have no problem.
Is that game still at the half?
Yeah, it's starting right now, third quarter. Third quarter. That would be an interesting one because I did not pick that one right. Alabama probably going to get eliminated. Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption, Ben. I'm a Bama fan, and I don't think we're going to go far. But I'd like to take a shot at Notre Dame if I could have one more shot for the road. I'd like to take a shot at Notre Dame. Brody said I'm getting loaded and toted. Yeah.
Kia's ready for that shot yet?
Oh, he said, let's see here. Are you ready for the shot, Kias? I mean, I don't know if you're gonna. I don't know if you're gonna make the playoffs. Thank you for following Go Dogs. We appreciate you, man. He said he's ready right now.
All right, Kiss.
Here we go.
This is let me camera focus back in real quick. Went dark on me.
Oh man.
All right. So this is the Texas Tears.
Thank you for
this. Is the Texas Tears Origin.
Thank you for
That's
following
a big
Go
one.
Dogs. He said, Chris said it needs to be a big one. All right. Let's see here. Jeff Jordan says no Bama's getting in, only one ACC getting in. I tend to agree with the one ACC. If SMU somehow comes back, makes it close, maybe. Horns down. I'm bored. Said horns down.
I do like that Pat McAfee. I do like that Pat McAfee was the only person on game day that picked Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that. Penn State with a first and goal. I don't understand that because, like, to me, it seems so evident that Georgia was set up to win this game. Like,
I honestly think, like, and I don't want to say this. I love watching game day, but these analysts, sometimes they get caught up in the statistical side of things a little too much.
Yeah.
Because Texas has dominated everybody but Georgia. Mm-hmm. It's the easy pick. It's the safe pick. And but just run these down for you and Chris. I think you'd find these interesting. Mm-hmm. So ETN, the last game against Texas, had 19 carries for 87 yards, 3 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. Today he had 16 carries, 94 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. Okay.
Georgia's defense, which I said was going to be a key. Last game they had 7 sacks, 10 tackles for loss, 1 interception, 3 forced fumbles. Today they had 6 sacks, 15 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble.
Yeah.
Wisner for Texas, last game he had 19 carries for 50, he had 15 carries for 52 yards in the last game. Today he had 19 carries for 51 yards. And then Texas rushing as a team, which I said was going to be a key. In the last game, they had 27 carries for 29 yards as a team. Today they had 28 for 31.
I'd like to see the penalties. Texas had a lot of mistakes on penalties.
I got that right here too, if you want it.
Yeah, that'd be a very interesting one to see because they
Georgia
hurt themselves at the first half.
Oh, they did in a lot of key spots too.
Yeah.
But Georgia had 5 for 49 in the game, and Texas had 11 for 94.
Yeah, that halftime interview with Texas. That was funny.
With Sarkisian.
Yeah.
He's like, what do you think about the holding call? Well, I hope we get some holding calls on Georgia in the second half.
That was funny, though. That was funny. Yeah, it looks like
the reporter didn't know what to say.
Kia said, if I'm not mistaken, UConn and Tony went against Army too. I think they did. I think I can't remember. I thought only one person took Army.
I flipped back at the last second on Army. I was just updating that right before I got on.
Chris took Army, didn't he?
Chris took Army. I ended up taking Army.
Oh.
And then Tony and Chris took Western Kentucky in that game, and Jacksonville State ended up winning. We all got Boise State. We all got Arizona State. Me, Tony, and Jordan took Ohio. You and Chris took Miami of Ohio.
Yeah.
And then Brandon, me, you, and Tony took Georgia. Chris and Jordan took Texas. I heard you say it earlier before I hopped on. Tony's the only one that took Marshall.
Yeah, I knew that.
And then I'm the only one that took Clemson.
Mm.
And then we all took Oregon.
Well, that's look Clemson looking
Touchdown, Penn State.
touchdown.
Yeah, I was just about to say it was first and goal. So
let's see, great numbers, but still took OT to beat UT. I mean, yeah, that's a big run there. It took overtime, but it happened. I mean, you gotta, and credit to Texas's defense. They played well. Georgia's defense played well. I think
Georgia.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your thought.
I just think the SEC. That's what you're getting this year. You may not have a high-powered offense, but I don't think there's a defense of the teams, the top 3 SEC teams that are just pushovers. I'll just say that. I think everyone's going to be in for a very hard fight.
Here's my. Go ahead, Chris.
Georgia played a great game, and ETN played really, really good, and
Kippy.
he did. He played good. He played great, and the backup came in and gave him a spark, and I wouldn't say won the game for him, but he played really good. I'd say that.
Yeah,
Georgia played a great game.
It's a good game.
What I was going to say is Georgia's defense all year they've given up big plays and a lot of big plays. The thing that I love the most about tonight's game is they gave up a lot of big plays. I think they gave up 7 what they consider big plays, which is
20 yards.
plays over 20 yards.
Yeah.
And they bent all night, but they never broke. And they held Texas to 6 field goal attempts, which Texas made 4 of them, and that's huge. You can't win field goals, or you can't win football games just kicking field goals. So they stepped up when they had to, and that was good to see because there's been times this year that they haven't been able to do that. So,
Logan, yes, I think Alabama can still make the playoffs if SMU loses. The way they're playing right now, I think SMU might play their way out of the playoff. Kippy says, dang it, go back to the other games. You're 10 seconds ahead of me. I love Health Pipes says, what a snooze fest of a championship game. Both offenses were complete garbage. I mean, don't you miss good defenses, though?
I was about to say, I don't think it's so much the offenses were garbage. I think both of those defense played outstanding.
They did. I think so. I mean,
Georgia.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, Georgia had 6 sacks, 15 tackles for loss, and the 2 interceptions. Texas had 3 sacks, 10 tackles for loss, and an interception. A huge one, too. But
there he is.
I thought it was a really great game. Kudos to Gunnar Stockton coming in that second half, outplaying Carson Beck. I mean, y'all were getting my chill guy memes I was doing. But and a huge shout out real quick to the offensive coordinator's son for having the biggest pass completion of that fucking game. Drew Bobo finishes 1 of 1 for 9 yards and a first down on that.
What about the balls that took the call out?
That absolutely huge cojones, especially after a few years ago, Kirby trying that shit against Alabama and it backfiring big time. Huge nuts to call that. And Tony said it best. You can't win being conservative. That was a huge call. That was a huge call. And honestly, I don't think anybody expected it. I don't think there's one person that expected that.
I think it's your boy. I think if Bama wins, Bama can get into the playoff if SMU gets blown out 100%. I still think they have a shot. Texas played sloppy. Yeah, that's true. They did, Kippy. They played sloppy. We talked about that just a second ago. A lot of penalties, a lot of mistakes on their end. They had their opportunities and they didn't cash in. Like Riddle said, they had field goals. So that's on Texas. They have.
That happens all the time. But sometimes the team just got your number.
And I'm not pointing this out just because it was Georgia. It could have been anybody. The only 2 games that they played this year that mattered, they lost both of them. Both of them were to Georgia, but I mean, they got a cupcake of a schedule coming into the SEC, and I'm just happy that the SEC stays SEC.
Oh yeah, it's SEC. Now all that shit talk about coming in to dominating the league. That didn't pan out good. Kia says, "Welcome in, Tony. Go ahead and take a shot for Georgia."
Hey, I can make you one real quick.
I already got it. It's some steer tears right here.
Steer tears.
Hey,
Steer
I
tears.
took one of those too. I took one of those too.
Yeah, this is for UT Junior right here.
It's your boy. It's 11 spot lock. It could be.
Pinky is out.
SMU is pretty bad. Does anyone want to explain how a 3-loss team deserves to be in? Bama got blown out by OU.
Can I take this one real quick,
Yes.
and then I'll let you take it.
Yes.
I brought this up on Wednesday's show. There's I brought up every reason that on the surface you could say they don't deserve to be in, and you can make your case, right? Strength of schedule. I think South Carolina's was better.
Now, he said a 3-loss team.
Schedule.
He said a 3-loss team, not even Bama. Like that's.
I know, but I'm just using Bama as the example with 3 losses.
Because I think we all agree that the 3-loss teams in the SEC deserve to be in over Miami.
Right, but Bama's the only 3-loss team that's in right now, so I'm just using them.
100%.
So Wednesday, I said strength of schedule, South Carolina's is better. Strength of record, which is just an extension off of strength of schedule. They lost to 6-6 Vanderbilt, 6-6 Oklahoma. If you go by stats, Ole Miss has a better SP+, Miami has a better offense, South Carolina has a better defense. Win-loss, Miami, Arizona State, Iowa State were all 10-2 Power 4 teams. Wednesday, best win, Ole Miss dominated Georgia more than Alabama did. They almost had the big second half collapse. But then if you take away the numbers and you look at team for team of the teams on the bubble, Alabama beat South Carolina, and it took a late Hail Mary of a play to make that game as close as it was. Ole Miss lost to Kentucky. By the way, Kentucky's only SEC win this year was to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal. Miami's, if you compare those two teams, I know Miami's only got the 2 losses, but they have not played anybody. SMU hasn't played anybody. Clemson has played 2 ranked teams all year and lost both games. So
Oregon missed
and hold on, they got destroyed by Georgia, and you see what they're doing to the 2nd-ranked team in the conference.
So
this is sad.
If you big picture it, yes, you can make all these arguments.
Making plays, man.
If you big picture it, you can make all these arguments as to why Alabama doesn't deserve to be in. But if you break it down to the teams on the bubble and match them up head to head, Alabama is absolutely the right call, and it's the only thing that committee has done right so far this year.
Well, I'll say this, and this is the only thing I was going to add to it, is he says a 3-loss team deserved to be in. Please quit using the word deserve. It's not about deserve. It has nothing to do with deserving. It has to do with the best teams. It has to do with the best teams. Alabama has one of the best wins in all of college football. We beat the SEC champion. Okay, so did Ole Miss. So that's a nugget in both of our caps. We beat the SEC champion. Probably going to have a 2 seed now. Probably could end up with a 2 seed. So,
and you know what's crazy is if this was still a 14 playoff, there would be an argument that Georgia wouldn't even get in to this playoff if it was still a 14 playoff. So
let's just be glad there's a 12 team now. We get
Stevie, they don't have the best. Well, they do have, I guess, the best loss being Oklahoma or Vanderbilt of those teams that have lost there on the bubble.
The best. So when you say the best loss,
Miami's got a loss to Georgia Tech. They're 7-5. That would probably technically be the best loss.
Yeah, Ole Miss lost to Kentucky, which was terrible. There's old Texas
loss.
Pete. The old Cracker Barrel Bandit.
Yeah, burn it down.
Burned. I gotta put Riddle.
I'm telling you right now, it's your boy AJ. If this game remains this close, don't expect Penn State to fall very far. I don't think they fall very far at all.
Oh yeah, if it's close, I think they stay very.
Wait,
very
5 seed if they lose this in a close one. What about Notre Dame going to bump down 1 to 6?
No, I mean I would assume Texas goes to 5 where Georgia was. They'll probably just flip those teams. if Penn State keeps this close, they very well could be. Hell, there's a possibility that this committee puts Ohio State ahead of Texas because they've been ahead of Texas all year until they lost to Michigan. And now Texas and Ohio State will both have 2 losses. I'm telling you right now, there's a chance this committee puts them ahead of Texas.
Well, I thought since Texas would be in a championship game, why would they be affected by that?
Well, see, that's the thing about these outcomes tonight is, and Brandon was talking about it earlier with this SMU game. SMU's getting railroaded right now, and the committee came out and said that they weren't. It's 24-7 right now.
Yeah,
but and Clemson's had their way. But the committee came out and said that they're not going to penalize these teams for playing in their championship game. So if that's the case, you can't drop them out, or you're going to have to go back on your word. So
yeah, I have not said that we're in. I've just said that we have a shot at being in. So
right.
That's the best I can do.
The worst thing for Alabama right now is the way this game is going. But on the flip side of that, for Bama fans,
is a good thing for Alabama.
Absolutely not. You don't. Well, I mean, I guess in regards,
you need SMU to get fucking took to the woodshed.
Yep.
For them to fall out. Well, that's what I was about to say. I mean, the committee on Wednesday or Tuesday already picked Alabama over Miami.
A 2-loss Miami,
Right. And it would literally be the same conversation with a 2-loss SMU. I mean, I don't see how they can go back and do
like loss came in a championship game that they said you wouldn't be penalized. You know. I mean, like
exactly.
They're going to have to back themselves into a corner, and they're going to be shitting bricks tonight into Sunday morning.
Yep.
Trying to figure out how to get this and not look completely stupid in the process.
I've said it all year, and they're going to have to go back on their word. One way or the other.
Which one do they go on?
If SMU gets destroyed, all likelihood they're out. Remember this Clemson team got beat by 2 SEC teams. This Clemson team got beat by 2 SEC. One, South Carolina barely beat them at home, though. At home, Georgia beat the crap out of them. So you're talking about teams that probably don't even deserve to be in. We're talking about deserving playoff spots, right? That's what people have made that comment. They don't deserve it, but. If it's close, I think there's an argument. And here's the deal: if Alabama doesn't get in, guys, we had our shot. Can't be mad about it.
Well, the way this game's going, there, IMU it looks like Clemson's going to be a 3-loss team with a automatic bid. They'll end up being the 12 seed because Arizona State will be the 3 or the 4 seed. But if Clemson wins this game, it's going to push Boise State to a 3 seed. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, and then Bobby says no 3-loss teams. Well, if Clemson wins, they're a 3-loss team, so there went that argument.
Right.
Bama doesn't. Tommy, it's not about deserving a spot. We've already talked about this.
I agree.
Throw deserve out the window. It's not about deserving. It's their job to pick the best teams for this playoff. That's their job.
And it ain't necessarily the best teams. Remember, this is 12 teams. It's supposed to be, but like I said Wednesday night, this is a business. At the end of the day, these are business decisions.
Brandon touched on that for what you said earlier.
I quoted you. I quoted you earlier. Because that's exactly what it is.
And at the end of the day, if you go into tomorrow and into the reveal, and you look at it as, hey, this is a business. If I want to make the most money, how would I do it? Then the bracket will probably make perfect sense to you.
Yeah.
Go Dogs.
Alabama,
I'm going to disagree with you, and here's why. Alabama has something that Texas had 2 shots at and didn't get, and that's a win over Georgia. Yes, it was in Tuscaloosa. Yes, they almost had an epic collapse, but on the field has to matter, and if it doesn't matter, then why even play the games?
Are you?
And I mean that one, when Texas had their shot in Austin.
Yeah, in Austin.
And let's be honest, at the time, that narrative, that was a reeling Georgia team that was not looking good, and people thought we're going to go in there and just Texas was going to have their "we're here, we've arrived" moment, and it was anything but.
Tommy, I think Notre Dame's got the 5th seed locked up, buddy. I don't think there's any way they don't have the 5th seed locked up. They're playing.
No, Notre Dame's.
They're going to play that 11th seed, I think. Or
12th seed.
12th seed.
12th seed. Yeah.
12th seed for the chance to go play Oregon.
So I got a question.
Yeah. Thank you for following, Kenny.
Typically, what would happen if Notre Dame went undefeated and dominated everybody they played? Would they ever get a bye because they don't play the conference?
No, they will never ever get a bye.
Unless the
They would
rules
never, ever get a bye?
amended like we've been advocating for the last couple of weeks, where, if you're a conference champion, sure, get in, but, like Clemson, hey, get in. You won your conference. But, it depends on how the rankings could have been going this week. You could have had Clemson winning, losing 3 games, win this, and still get a bye.
Kippy,
Fortunately, it didn't work out that way.
Kippy, I hate to say it, but if Oregon goes on to win this game, in the playoff rankings, the 2 teams ahead of Notre Dame both lost, which would make Notre Dame the highest ranked non-conference champion, guaranteeing them the 5 seed.
And they only have 1 loss. I mean, it's a bad loss, but they've got
It's bad. Well, it was in September too. It wasn't at home in November.
Yeah,
right.
So Go Dog says, why you think Clemson should get in and not Bama, SC, or Ole Miss? I don't think Clemson should get in. If they would have lost the game, they wouldn't be in. But if they win, they automatically get a bid.
Yeah,
that's the way that works.
Playoff rule.
It's your boy says, you think Stockton is good? I'll let Riddle.
I should defer this to you. I should defer this to you, Brendan, after earlier conversation. But I think Gunnar Stockton has a lot of Stetson Bennett type qualities. He's a young kid. He's not had any meaningful game time until today. I did agree with you and Chris that there are going to be times where I'm sure his age will show, just like with everybody, just like with Nico at Tennessee. It's going to happen. The one pick he did throw, he was trying to get that ball out of bounds, and he was getting hit from behind, and it took all the arm strength to get it out of bounds away from him, I think. The one thing I will say, the kid has nuts the size of Kirby Smart going forward on 4th and down in his own territory. That shot he took at the end of that game, he wasn't going to be denied. He did get denied, but in his mind, he wasn't going to be denied.
Yeah,
I was going to say, what about that fucking hit, man? That was
God, yeah. His leg buckled and he fell straight back, and I was sitting there at the wigwag going, "Oh my God!" I know
John Taylor hits.
one arm sloth comes in and hands it off for the win. But
Let's see here.
I loved what I seen from him. I loved his moxie. I loved the moment was not too big for him, and that is huge. He wanted that moment. He stepped up, led him on a touchdown drive right out of the half. The kid did everything he wanted to. And he played better than Carson Beck did in the first half. So I think it was huge for him. I think it was huge for Georgia. I'm excited. I saw a lot of Stetson Bennett in him, and Stetson Bennett was a damn winner. So,
Tommy says Clemson or Arizona State for the bye. I got State.
Arizona State will get it. Clemson will be the 12 seed if they win this game.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Arizona State 100%. They were playing probably I'm not talking about competition. I'm just saying probably as good a football against the people that are in front of them as anybody right now.
If everything goes the way it's going right now, I believe Oregon would be your 1, Georgia would be your 2, Boise State will be your 3, Arizona State would be the 4, and Clemson would be the 12th seed as the lowest ranked conference champion.
I don't know if you heard, but what's his name? Herb Street and Fowler both said they would absolutely put Arizona State over Boise State.
And I don't disagree with that. The way Arizona played, Scadaboo ran wild today. Took it a little too far with his Heisman pose because I don't think he's in the conversation. But
he's not. But he had a Heisman performance today.
Absolutely.
Big stage, almost 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. He did all he could do.
We're talking about it, so it worked.
Byron Walker said, "Who's the 11th seed?" That's what's going to come down to the committee deciding if SMU gets in and not being penalized for getting blown out in this game, or Alabama, because they've already picked Alabama over Miami with almost an identical resume.
So It's Your Boy says, do you think Boise State is legit? I think we can all say that.
I think what you'll see, I think the competition they play, and they gave Oregon everything they wanted early in the season.
Yeah.
But
That was what 2?
But
Yeah,
didn't
but
like
what you're-
Idaho
what you're
didn't
gonna
Idaho
see-
do that the week one? or
absolutely,
something? Yeah.
Oregon
week
had a
after.
very, very slow
week after.
start.
Yeah, week after. Okay. Yeah, it was a
What
slow
you'll
start.
see is Genty will probably get his because I think he's a very skilled back. But when they get to this playoff, you're going to see teams that are bigger, more physical, and faster than they are, and have deeper talent, as in depth, and that will make a huge difference.
Well, this is a good question here. Tommy says, I have bias as a Tennessee fan, but I don't think OSU should be ranked higher than Tennessee. So on Wednesday, we touched on this, and we commented vigorously about how Ohio State lost to an unranked team and only fell 4 spots. Tony
At
talked
home.
about it. Tony
At
talked
home.
about it.
What?
Jordan
3
talked about it.
touchdown favorite,
Yeah.
right?
So
I mean, we talked. That's what we talked. You know, they lost at home to a bad Michigan team. Well, I won't say bad for Michigan standards, mid in this country. I mean, it's just they're just a very mid team and dropped 4 spots. Tennessee won a game in overtime and dropped 4 spots.
yeah.
I mean, make it make sense.
Hey,
That's where we talk
I
about
just
it's a
wanna-
business too. That's the business.
just want to
side
cut
of it.
in and answer this question. It's your boy AJ. I like your optimism, but Massachusetts ran for over 200 yards on Georgia's front 7.
Well, that's because it was Tiger King, Georgia, not Bautista, Georgia.
Tiger King. Oh, man.
Them dogs is hell, and that was a big win today.
Kirby
Beating
knows how to
so-
get them up for the big games.
Absolutely, and I will say this: beating a team like a Texas, like an Alabama, Alabama beat us. Beating teams in the SEC is hard. Beating them twice in 1 year is very hard because you know what they're going to do. You've
Absolutely.
prepared for it all year. So that was today's performance was huge for Georgia moving forward.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah,
we,
while we
most
were
of
on
us
touch
call
on the
that.
subject of Boise, the media needs to go ahead and stop with this whole Genty breaking Barry Sanders' just fucking record shit. He had a shot, he didn't do it. I mean, you go back, you know, he had an extra game in the conference championship, but games be damned. Through last night, Genty had 344 carries on the year. That's the same number Barry Sanders had when he said his number.
Yep.
Genty didn't get there. Sorry. It was fun while it lasted, but
Well, I mean, yeah,
you know,
and-
I mean, we were all hoping he would. I mean, that would that'd been
Yeah.
a great thing for them and for college football. But
but let's just be
on to
let's
next
be,
year.
let's be honest. I challenge anyone to go back and watch Barry Sanders highlights of his one season and tell me that Genty is half the running back that Barry Sanders was. There's no way anyone can look at me with straight face and say that. There's no way.
No.
Barry Sanders was absolutely
yeah.
the most dominating thing. I mean, he's Herschel Walker.
And
He's Bo
that's in an
Jackson.
era when-
He's that guy. he's
And
go
that
ahead.
was also in an era when everybody played 3 yards in a cloud of dust football.
yeah.
I mean, you threw when it was 3rd and 8 or more. I mean, everybody was power eye, pistol, wing tee, 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
Tony, your boy's in a commercial, a Mayo commercial. Will Levis.
Glad to hear that.
Doing the splits,
Doing the splits.
yeah.
eating that creamy cream out of the.
Can
Yeah,
Miami get
that's
in? No,
good.
Tony's done
Miami.
give up, went to hockey season.
Miami's done, guys. Let's just be honest. Miami's
Yeah.
done. Miami's out.
Hey,
They're
I'll-
out.
I'll
Support
be
other
right back.
losers.
I'm gonna go make a couple more shots.
Okay, good for you. Good for that. Sounds
Support
good.
the other losers. I support.
When will we know if Bama's in? We're going to know tomorrow. We're going to get on here tomorrow night and we're going to go live and we're going to talk about it as it's happening. So y'all can join us. We're going to know tomorrow night. Ron Dane was a better running back than Barry Sanders. No, he said he was just kidding.
No.
But
Oh,
okay,
okay.
but Jason,
I see.
Ron Dane was better than Genty.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say that. I mean, Ron Dane.
Ron Dane was an absolute monster. I mean,
Yeah, and he lined up on a Wisconsin team that you absolutely knew was not going to do anything else but run right over you.
Run.
yeah.
And he did it every single week.
I mean, they ran almost, they put up Service Academy numbers without running a triple option.
Yeah, I mean, like,
They threw about as many times during those era.
and that's what I don't understand. I don't understand this, like this whole talk about. I mean, Genty's great running back. It's been great for the season. Great topic. But like, think about the other players, like way under Barry. But like Ricky Williams, Cedric Benson, all these guys are better than Genty was. They're better than him. I mean, in college, Genty may go on to have a solid NFL career, and that's totally different. I think we all know that. That is a totally different ball game. You can go have a solid NFL career at a running back and be just a mid running back in college because they do things differently. Obviously, your hands, everything else plays a difference. I mean, but as a true running back, Barry Sanders was freaking so elite, dude.
Did Jeff go on his spiel about Carson Beck being a little bitch and not throwing a block for ETN?
No, he ain't talked about that yet.
What was that? What was that?
I'm
asking
asking
Carson Beck
heard
being
your
a
rant
bitch.
yet about Beck being a little bitch and not throwing a block for ETN while he's over getting gang raped by the entire defense.
Those
He's like skipping backwards, like he's got like a little nursery rhyme in his head, just watching it happen.
I swear to God, I was making those memes as we were discussing that, like while I was at the Wigwag today.
I know, and I was flipping
Poor
around
guy.
the TikToks.
No, I was like, damn, Jordan using my shit for TikTok. I was like, no, that's cool.
it's your boy AJ. Yeah, so I would take Bama over USC and Ole Miss. We talked about it pretty, in detail on Wednesday, but just the total package. It's not, if you look at one stat or another, you could pick one or the other over that. But I think,
Well, I mean, and the biggest thing with Ole Miss is over Carolina, obviously. I mean, beat them like a drum in Columbia.
yeah,
But like Jeff pointed out, on Wednesday, the biggest difference in Alabama and Ole Miss is that one game in Baton Rouge.
yeah.
I mean, Ole Miss loses in
calling
overtime.
them home.
Alabama thumps them at night. I'm not. Was Ole Miss like a 2:30 game or was it a night game too?
I think
It ended up, it was a 2:30.
Yeah.
Okay,
It ended as we were on the air. Yeah.
But Chipper says wrong. South Carolina is the answer. South Carolina is the one team that don't even have an argument, Chipper. They lost to the two teams in front of them. They lost to Ole Miss and Bama. They're out. You have to win the games.
Show these shots to Jordan and Tony real quick. I called this one SEC champion because it's white and red. I didn't make it as good this
you
time.
drinking milk and damn Kool-Aid?
Nope, that is a an alcoholic shot. And then this one I call Texas Tears. Right here is Texas Tears. So
This guy,
you need
Tiger,
to rename it. Steve.
Tiger,
You had to pick up the slack tomorrow. I don't think Jeffrey gonna make it.
Tiger showed up and said, "Is that guy Sling Blade?" I don't know which one he's talking about.
yeah, it has to be Jordan.
It has to be.
Jordan.
Oh,
I mean, I've said all along, I've got a face made for radio and a voice made for silent film.
Chipper, if you're at, I would rather play South Carolina. Alabama beat them. I mean,
Hey, if y'all haven't, this is non-football related, but I about peed myself crying on this. If you have not been to Jordan's TikTok, please go to Jordan's TikTok and watch him do the enunciation game on his
Oh, I
TikTok.
set a world record on that.
You will not be disappointed whatsoever.
I ain't seen a motherfucker one say Worcester sauce.
I still don't think you said it correct.
Motherfucker, the game said I did.
Yeah, it passed.
It said check mark, slid right on through.
It said go.
What was the ophthalmology one?
I don't know. I got to see it now to say it.
so
Damn it, Jeff.
who does Ohio State play round one? We don't know who Ohio
it's gonna
State plays.
change.
It's gonna depend on what happens.
Everything you saw
gonna be
Tuesday is going to change.
So it's your boy AJ says off-topic questions. This is going to be interesting as hell because I already know what the answer is. Do you think guys playing in Jordan Hare is cursed? Yes.
Yes.
I've seen some weird shit happen there.
It is an absolute.
We
It's
haven't
very.
played there a whole lot, but I have seen some weird shit happen
It's
there.
it's
in
it's
games
on that
I just
old.
watched.
It's on that old Indian burial ground.
Just
it
go-
is absolutely cursed.
Just look up 2 games. The prayer in Jordan Hare, and
that
then
was
2
amazing.
weeks later,
The kick
the kick 6. just look up those 2 games.
Hey, Tiger. Thank you. He says, "Man, I watch y'all every week. Great job. Thank you, Tiger. We
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, man.
Here, I'm gonna take a SEC.
Hey, I'm telling you right now.
I'm gonna take an SEC champion shot for that comment.
All right, calm down now.
I'll never forget about. I mean, the kick 6
you,
was
Phone
awesome,
Tiger.
but after hearing AJ McCarron talking about the next morning somebody shitting in the kicker's shoe, I just after that moment took on a whole new.
I mean, that's probably not wrong. Let's see here.
Oh no, AJ McCarron. He said, "Look, this. It wasn't like a small. He's like somebody has like packed this in here.
Oh my God.
It wasn't like it was just like a little on the rim, like somebody dropped a log."
They're showing a projected bracket on ESPN right now. They had Alabama playing Notre Dame and Penn State getting the 5 seed.
I want Notre Dame, so I'll take that. And then is OSU and Tennessee staying the same?
Yep.
It's
That's
your boy.
what America wants.
It's your boy. 4th and 31. The best play in Jordan Hare. Yeah, that was another big time play.
Fucking
That was
retarded.
That's the grave digger. That's the grave digger. For a guy
For that comment,
yeah,
for that
another
comment,
shot.
I'm gonna take some Texas tears.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. That guy that caught that ball was playing for Texas today and absolutely did fucking nothing. So screw him. Well, here's the deal. When you leave a team because someone offers you a Lamborghini, you know, you're already starting. You're already started on a university that's going to get you in the league. But it is what it is.
But that's the day of age. That's the day and age of college football.
That's why when we talked about the Bill Belichick thing earlier, Kia said cheers, Riddle. He said cheers twice.
Yes, sir.
When we talked about the Bill Belichick thing, that's why we said you don't have to recruit anymore. You just throw down the cash and say, "Come on down, buddy." North Carolina's got money. Let's not pretend like they don't. Michael Jordan's one billionaire that went there. I know that.
Yeah, I did read though that whole deal was contingent on his son being the head coach in waiting. And that North Carolina has agreed on that. So basically, all we're waiting on now is for them to announce he's the next head coach.
Yeah, I mean, you know, hey, but I would take that if Tom Brady was going to come back and give you a couple years and train your backup QB to be ready to take over the helm. You say yes, especially if you have nothing to lose. I mean,
yeah, right. One of those interesting tidbits I told you about earlier, Brandon. Did you see the Mike Gundy happenings today?
With them asking him to take a pay cut. Yes.
Yep. And he did. He agreed to it.
Oh my God. Did he really?
Yes. It was either he take the pay cut and they go all in on NIL or they were going to let him go. And they found a number that they both agreed on and his
wife.
But his buyout was $25 million.
Right. His money that he gave up is going to go to revenue sharing, NIL, and his buyout actually dropped. And he took it to stay at Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and that's stupid. I mean, because at the end of the day, they signed. Oklahoma State signed a bad contract, and this was their way to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he let them off the hook.
So it's your boy has a very, very, very good. Very good comment. I hate NIL, no more loyalty. That's 100% right. If you think there's loyalty to a team, you're wrong. Nico at Tennessee could come in tomorrow and get offered $5 million to go play for Oregon.
I will say this, though.
He could leave. He could leave. I'm not saying he would. I'm saying
in yours and Chris's defense and in my defense.
Hold up. Jackson has committed to a school.
Oh, come on. We got to hear this.
Yeah, this is the comment I said you missed earlier.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jackson, where did you commit to, buddy?
Yeah, we'll stop for this. This is big enough. This is a big one. A member, a listener of our show is committed to play college ball. Let's see where he's committing.
Drum roll, please. Zach, how about them dogs, baby? SEC champs.
Biggest moment in our.
Hey, as long as Alabama.
What?
As long as
University of Ohio State. Oh my God. Hey.
Wow.
That's a big school, man. Buddy. That is a big school. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. That's a college town,
that's
too.
A big deal. That's a big deal. That's a huge thing right there.
It's basketball, right?
Yeah, we'll be watching, man. We'll be watching.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see you. I mean, if you're at, we're definitely going to see you. I can't wait to see you on TV and going, I know that guy, or I don't know you, but I mean,
absolutely. Hey, we had a Colorado defensive lineman in here earlier, and we have rooted for him all year. We will absolutely follow you and keep up with you from now on, man. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. That's a huge deal, man.
And we're gonna touch on basketball this season on the podcast. So please come back. We'll start talking your lingo very shortly. So let's see here. It says Miller Moss to IU. Will you stop, Kippy?
he said liberal.
Tony, are you wearing the captain's jersey right now?
Yeah, I was supporting losers tonight. Texas, Nashville Predators.
Tony's moving on to his next sport.
So let's see here.
This is the
Let's get
captain.
it. Does Clemson knock Bama out of the playoffs? I don't think so. I think right now we're trying to decide whether if SMU doesn't do a better job in the second half, does their performance knock them out of the playoffs? So we're not sure yet. And Jackson says,
I mean, that's what the debate will come down to. Is it'll be SMU and Alabama.
This is a really good comment, Jackson. We appreciate you. It says, "All thanks, guys. You really do make Saturday and Wednesdays fun. We appreciate that." We're talking about basketball, Auburn all the way. It's your boy. Hey man, don't be. Hey, Auburn couldn't handle that ACC smoke. They couldn't handle that ACC smoke.
Hey, Tony, nobody fights these battles alone, brother.
Thanks for the backup.
All for
I
one.
needed
I got
Hey, I'm
you.
hoping the Blues jersey right now.
It's probably not. It's probably not enough, but
Let's see.
see if they knock SMU out, it will kill every conference championship game from here on out. I mean, they have. Thank you, Jackson. We appreciate you, bro. We
Yeah,
appreciate
Jackson,
you more
we
than you know.
appreciate you for being here, brother.
We appreciate
Yeah,
you more
what
than you know.
was that?
Let's see here.
I just saw my screen turn blue.
Man playing at Cameron is hard. You're 100%. AJ, you're 100%. Kudos. Auburn went there to try to win at Duke. Cooper Flagg is absolutely a legit ball player, an absolute stud. And Duke
Yeah.
Duke has a pedigree, so 100%. Auburn's a great team. I think Auburn's going to be hard. As a Bama fan in basketball too, Auburn's going to be a tough out. These guys, Tennessee's playing a good ball right now. Auburn is always a tough out. They're defending SEC champs. So
Apple
tough out.
user said the conference games are pointless. I disagree. I honestly think winning your conference is a very prestigious thing and absolutely a goal that every team should shoot for. Winning the SEC is a big deal. Winning the Big Ten for the people up north is a big deal.
Yeah.
Look at the seat Ryan Day's sitting on right now because he's not playing in this game.
Yeah. Kia said,
But
go ahead.
I
I'm
think
sorry.
winning the SEC is obviously I'm a Georgia fan, so I'm going to be a little biased here. The SEC's the second most prestigious thing you can get outside of a national championship.
anyone that's in the
Yeah, but
SEC
let's
would
be
agree with
honest,
that.
these-
Anyone would.
These championship games still have a lot of meaning if you're one of these top, if you're in position to be a top 4 seed, because if you lose, like, Texas, 2-week turnaround. Yeah, they'll probably be at home, but 2-week turnaround, you're playing football, which may or may not help. We don't know yet. There's a lot to.
Yeah, we don't
But
know.
if you win that conference game, you get that same 3-week break that everybody that like your Tennessees and everybody that didn't play this weekend has a 3-week gap to get healthy. Now you get that same break for winning it. So I mean, there's still a lot of meaning to them.
Yeah, 100%. Like Georgia has an opportunity now to get people healthy. No, I couldn't hear you, Chris. Sorry, couldn't hear you. Chris dropped off because he said he was talking, but I didn't hear him. Did y'all hear him?
Oh, I never heard him.
Okay.
I never heard
No,
him.
I didn't hear him at all.
Sorry, Chris.
We got to get his stuff figured out.
He's got a new motherboard. It was his motherboard. It's coming on Monday. He's getting it figured out. He doesn't
Okay,
want
so
to.
Oh, is he trying to use his
Your
phone
Mac,
tonight?
good.
Yeah, he doesn't want to use his phone. He doesn't.
I don't blame him. I hate using my phone. I look fat as shit on that thing.
Yeah, I was sitting there talking about. Anyway, we apologize, guys. We're having technical difficulties. Kia says, "Hey, UConn, let me get that beer. He needs another drink."
He said he's dying over. He's
He
thirsty.
said,
Where
Carter,
do you live, Kiss?
Carter Simpson says, "I pulled up 247 Sports. Jackson definitely messing with y'all." Hey, don't you don't know if it's public or not yet, Carter. We don't know. Don't be hating on the man. Let him enjoy this.
James Mosley, that's my favorite week of the year is rivalry week because you can throw records and everything out the window during rivalry week. Look what happened to Ohio State. Look what happened to Georgia. 8 overtime marathon.
It's Kippy, man.
I love that week. Kippy, I'm not laughing at that comment because it is a possibility just because of who you have as a coach now.
It is a possibility. But the way you said
If I was a young kid, right. I agree, Brandon. But
you said it like he's already did it.
If I was a young kid looking to go play ball somewhere and utilize my talents for somebody, how could you not want to go play for Curt Cignetti? I mean, the dude, he's He's got the balls. He's flamboyant. He's gonna have your back, and he ain't afraid to say what he thinks. And I love that about him.
That's the same way Dion is.
Absolutely.
For being
I
honest.
agree with that 100%. Now, if I was going somewhere to want to develop my talents to make it to the next level, I'm going to Georgia. But
yeah, I mean, it's really tough right now because, like I said, if you're going somewhere, Lincoln Riley, and I hate saying this, guys, Lincoln Riley is a quarterback whisperer. I mean, the dude gets quarterbacks to the league. I mean, I'm not saying they do good in the league, Tony. I'm just saying he gets them to the league. We can say whatever we want. He gets them to. Caleb Williams just left USC. He stinks, but he went to the league.
Yeah, he stinks.
I mean,
yeah,
but he went to the league as a first-round pick. Kyler Murray, that guy had no business ever being a first-round pick. I mean, he's doing
doesn't belong
okay
in the league either. But
he's slowly.
He's a midget.
Yeah, he's slowly.
You'll get paid.
He should have stuck to baseball.
hey, Jordan, what shirt do you got on right now?
Pantone.
Oh, it's not a prayer, just my.
That's his Pantone.
Yeah. Oh, I know that. That's what I wanted you to show. What do you got? Show everybody what it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The real
orange right
UT.
here.
Not
OG
UT,
orange.
not UT that played today.
No,
the
no,
real
UT. Texas University, TU.
It's your boy says, with Shadur and Hunter leaving, do you think Colorado's going to be mid again? Well, they have a pretty decent recruiting class. I mean, they picked up Julian Lewis.
They're going to be just fine.
And Julian Lewis is a true 5-star QB. Make no mistake about it. He was going to go to Texas, or he was going to go to USC, and he decommitted. And they've got talent there. And
yeah, I mean, hell, how much money have they brought in just over the last almost 2 years now?
Just look where they were before Dion got there.
Recruit.
Look at where they were the year before Dion got there. Look at all the hype they had that first year when they actually weren't very good. Yeah. And then look at where he got them to today. I mean, that's a 2-year swing right there. I mean, Dion can do some things that not any other coach in college football can.
And let's not forget, I mean, he left Jackson State, and they were playing for a championship today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
oh yeah,
even after he left, that legacy still holding up.
And that's still some of his guys there.
Oh yeah,
those
are. I mean, no upperclassmen are dudes that he brought in that were the ones that didn't come to Colorado.
And Kia said he lives in Reform, Alabama, about 20 to 30 minutes outside of Tuscaloosa.
Sounds like a prison camp.
Is that where Kias is located? Is down in Alabama?
Yes.
Yep.
Hey, that ain't a far drive for us, Jordan. You got some beers to pay for, brother.
Oh man.
Reform, Alabama. It ain't the asshole of the country, but you can smell it from there.
James Mosley. Yeah, Knoxville ain't that far away. We can smell it. The most impressive QB I've seen in a long time is the kid from Georgia Tech. Haynes.
Wasn't he at A&M? What isn't that where he came from?
Yes, yeah, he beat Alabama. He's the one that beat Alabama. And
I will say this about him: that kid has the biggest heart of any quarterback that Georgia's played this year. Most of the other quarterbacks, they're kind of made men, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's never talked about. And that dude put that team on his back and damn near pulled off the upset. And probably should have, in all honesty.
Game. Played a great game.
Mm-hmm.
And it still wouldn't have mattered, guys, because Georgia won the SEC today, so they're in.
Right, yeah.
It still wouldn't have mattered. Oh, man, it looks like Penn State.
SMU receiver there just caught a pass for a first down and got right in the Clemson DB's face.
Let's see here. Is Georgia's wideouts the biggest problem for this team? I'll let Riddle.
Okay.
The drops are a problem. I think
absolutely.
They're talented.
The drops have been. The drops have been a huge problem. Arian Smith is one of the fastest guys in college football.
Yeah.
The problem is it's so in his head right now. You saw it with the shot from earlier today. He jumped on a ball that he didn't have to jump for. Like, it's so in his head right now. Then Gunner threw him a BB there when he came in, and he almost dropped it after the replay. I thought he made a great catch on the sideline, and looking back on it, he really trapped it with his forearm against his body. Georgia doesn't have that Ladd McConkey, that elite receiver go-to, and they don't have. I mean, you can throw Brock Bowers in that too because the kid's a hybrid. I mean, he was just as good as any receiver was. But the drops have been an issue. but the tight ends need to be utilized more. They weren't as much today as I would have liked to have seen, and there was a couple times Delp was wide open.
That's what he just said. He said I'm a diehard fan, but we haven't used Delp more.
Yeah, young kid coming into the game in that moment. He missed that read.
SMU
it's
TV?
Understandable. But I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and to answer that question, Carson Beck has been the biggest liability and the biggest reason Georgia is where they are. It's a catch-22. I honestly think that Carson Beck this year, he doesn't have the weapons he's used to that he had last year.
Yeah.
And he was very worried about his personal stock moving forward. And I think that was the difference in the two halves today. You see a kid coming in that has to prove himself in a big moment, and Carson Beck is a made man. I think that was the difference, and I don't think Georgia wins that game if Carson doesn't go out.
Oregon's defense looks like they're getting worked. Landon said he's basically Milroe, LOL.
But was Stetson Bennett not the same thing? Have the ability to run, but can actually make the throws?
I think Stetson stepped up, and I saw Stetson make throws time and time. He ran when he had to, and
absolutely,
I think
but he could do it.
I think Milroe runs before there's even when he doesn't need to. Like I think Milroe can't read a defense.
I know you've shit on him, and he's had some struggles this year, but the dude's ran for over 20 touchdowns this year. I mean,
oh yeah. So here's the deal: he can run, but we don't need. Like I told Chris, we have running backs.
Said I hated him.
We have running backs. We don't need another running back. We need a guy that can throw the ball when we need him to throw it. He can't read a defense. That's why he runs so much. He has one read. Yeah, that was great. He has one read. What a catch by Tony's boy.
Tyler Warren.
Yeah, man, he's having a great game.
Yeah, I don't know really. That's exactly what I'm saying. Accurate. He just folds. Yeah,
Keelan Russell landed.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Circle back to Smith. That guy's an absolute burner. But let's face it, he couldn't catch the clap in a whorehouse, the fistful of hundreds. I mean that.
But hold on.
Hands on a snake.
And I was telling Chris this on the way home today. I was telling Chris, Ryan Williams I don't know what the stats are now, but as of last week, Ryan Williams led the SEC in drops. Is anyone going to say he can't play football? You know what I'm saying? It just shit happens. I believe it or not, Julio Jones went through this at Alabama.
Here's the thing the point I was trying to make to you and Chris earlier, Brandon. Mm-hmm. All year, Carson Beck has just had that demeanor. You know what I mean? He goes with the motions. He is a very talented quarterback. He is a good quarterback.
Almost like he knows it too.
But I don't know. I'm not there, but I think his demeanor has rubbed off on certain people on the team, especially the receivers. Everybody can see that he lost faith in his receivers because of these drops. Mm-hmm. And he's not a rah-rah guy. He's always shaking his head and just sitting over there on the sidelines. When Gunnar came into that game, the crowd was hyped, the sideline was hyped, everybody rallied for him. And he went in there and did exactly what he needed to do to win that football game. Look at the shot he took in overtime. He was not scared to take that shot. I feel like at times the third down QB sneak early in that game, Beck looked scared as fuck to try to pick that up. I think for Georgia moving forward, your best route
missed field goal Penn State
is with Gunnar Stockton. And I'll say that right now because I've watched every snap of every game of this team this year. And for some reason, they do not play for Carson Beck the way they played for Gunnar Stockton today. And that was the point I was trying to make earlier.
I don't know. We'll see what Kirby does. We'll see if Kirby sits him if he's ready.
But history being what it is, probably a really good chance Carson Beck starts in the playoff game.
Yeah, I guess it depends on that injury too. If he has like a torn UCL or something, if he has torn UCL, guess why he's not playing.
They said it was his elbow, which
Well, it looked pretty
I've
bad for him
seen-
to come in like he's handicapped.
100%. Landon said,
I've heard it's his hand, I've heard it's his elbow,
Yeah.
and I've heard it's his shoulder. So nobody really knows yet.
Peyton said Gunner not ready. And your boy said Becky gonna start. Well, we don't know what's wrong with him yet. It's your boy. We don't even. I mean, he may not be able to physically walk out on that field.
Right.
That's all we're saying. Do you think NIL?
Yeah, Deez, that's what I said. I heard the shoulder was the last thing I heard, which the play that it happened on, that wouldn't be surprising at all. I mean, he's expecting to throw, every muscle and momentum is going that way, and then it's just stopped on a dime. That wouldn't shock me at all.
Hey, Siegel says Gunner was dazed.
Yeah, after that shot he took, but
Yeah.
any man would be.
Do you think NIL affects Carson's playing time though? When
Absolutely
you say
not.
affects his playing time, what are we referring to? Like his ability
Both of
to get
those
on the field?
quarterbacks, both of those quarterbacks that are there aren't a part of this big time NIL money. So, and that's what I was going to say earlier before we went to Jackson and his commitment to Ohio State. Georgia doesn't shell out the money, and Alabama doesn't shell out the money like these other teams do. If you want to come play for these schools, it's because you want to play for these schools. Yes, you will get an NIL package, but it's not like Tennessee shelling out all that money for Nico or some of these other things you've seen.
See, they shelled out money for an unproven commodity. We don't do that at Alabama or Georgia. That's just the end of it. We don't do that. We have a standard. The NIL market sets. There's a market already. I know you guys know this. There's agents for these kids, and there's a market. We pay the minimum. We pay the market value. I shouldn't say the minimum, the market value. Oregon doesn't. Texas doesn't. Tennessee probably pays market value except for a quarterback they needed. They went and they paid for Nico. That's okay. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that.
See, people forget that this is Gunner's third year at Georgia. He redshirted and then, had his redshirt freshman year, and then now he's a sophomore. So I believe he redshirted. I'll have to double check that to make sure. But he's still a young kid, and for kudos to him for on that play that he got his head knocked off. He had that mentality that I was not going to be denied and I'm going to win this football game right here. And then he met somebody that said, you're not going to win this game right here.
And I've got 3 years of strength and conditioning to stop you from doing it.
Yeah, 100%.
I absolutely loved that about him. So
Let's see here.
Kudos to him for having a big day.
Alabama has an average of 220,000. Tennessee's average is only 179. Yeah, I mean, the point is Ryan Williams is already on par to make 2.5 to 3 million. He's not even done with his freshman season yet, okay? The point is he had to come in and earn that, and he earned that by doing what he did against Georgia. That's where he earned it. That's where the money started rolling in. He actually earned money off of his play. That's all we're saying. Georgia does the same thing. If you play well, they're going to pay you. It is what it is. He said Tennessee spends less in NIL. Tennessee does spend less in NIL. Tennessee goes out and gets who they want, though, and don't think they don't shell out the dollars. I mean, they do.
Well, I mean, you have to.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, they would.
I mean, and the way like Ohio State with this year's roster being 20 million, Oregon's at 35 on next year's roster. I mean, you're going to have to spend it to compete. Now,
I don't even
unless they get
Jordan. That's what's crazy though. It's not even their roster. It's not even their roster. They spent that on a recruiting class. Ohio State spent it on a roster, a full team. They spent it on a recruiting class. It's going to be really hard to keep up with this.
Yeah, you're right. I misspoke on that. It was, but 35 million for this class for a group of freshmen that
Not
you
even
can
the
probably
number
go
one
spend
class.
less in the portal and have better results, especially immediately.
Yeah, it's not even the number one class. I mean, with Texas paying for Justice Terry, which Texas stole
they
Justice
spent
Terry.
that much money just to get up in the conversation. Like they made a big jump. With a
They
couple
did.
of
Now they
signings
did
to
do
get
that.
in the top five.
They jumped up huge, Jordan. They jumped up huge. They weren't even relevant for some of them big.
Oh
big,
yeah,
Dylan Gabriel.
that's what I'm saying. They
stud.
spent 35 million in
Touchdown Oregon.
Got top five, but
Deez, you're right. Texas does have a $20 million roster. They just didn't come out and flamboyant boast about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
bring him here.
Texas but see, here's the thing about Texas. Texas tries to spread their money around. Like they have an offensive line program. Apparently their offensive linemen, they just make a set number. If you play on the offensive line, you make this much money. That's probably the way it needs to be. Because if you're protecting that damn quarterback, and you want to know there's a value there. How is Bryce Underwood going to be perceived when he's got that senior left tackle in there and he's only making $500,000 a year and this guy's making $10 million? How's he going to feel? I don't know.
User, you're absolutely right. And Kirby was an assistant and a defensive coordinator under Saban for many years. I mean,
hey, look here, Jeff.
Oh God.
She don't want no little puppy. She want a big dog. I wish I could get him to ball right now.
You want to talk about an ugly dog?
Yeah, that one that can't breathe at Georgia.
this dog right up here is beautiful.
I mean, that's what happens when you cross a damn pug and a poodle.
So D says the NIL will keep people in school, though. I don't know necessarily if it will, because here's the deal. We talked about this earlier in the podcast. Tony, Jordan, they're Tennessee fans. Let's say Nico takes a huge turn, has a great year, and then Oregon decides they want to bring him back to the West Coast. They're willing to pay some astronomical number. They can do that. It's legal, and he can leave. So, I mean, not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it could happen. I got a feeling we're about to get in some real bidding wars over players. I got a feeling it's coming because people have seen that you can do that now. And you're right. Yeah, we have a name at Georgia, Alabama, a lot of SEC teams, even the ones that aren't. We have history. We have tradition. A lot of Big Ten teams. Oregon, Oregon's always been a Nike money school. They've got some great facilities. It's going to be interesting.
See where Arizona State came out and advocated for a bye in the college football playoff after their win today.
So
they need to just be glad they're in the dance. I mean, come on.
I still think they should get one over Boise State, though. I still think.
The crazy thing is if this, like I said, the ACC game is going to mean the most for the playoff. And if Clemson wins this game, then the Arizona State will have a bye. But SMU has scored to cut it to 10 over here in the ACC championship.
And like I said, as a Bama fan, if we don't get in, I'm not going to bitch about it. I'm not going to sit here and cry about it.
I still think, and I'm a Georgia fan, and I dislike Alabama on a playing level as much as anybody. But I believe out of those teams on the bubble, and if SMU loses this game, Alabama absolutely should still be in.
So Jason,
Jordan, Texas will get a home game, and they'll still be.
Yeah, they're still in. They're still in. They've
lost. I mean, they lost by what? That's a 3-point loss in overtime in the championship game. They're not going to do much.
They were never in any jeopardy. They could have beat them 45-0, and they still were going to be in the playoff.
Yeah. I mean, they've lost 2 games this year to the same team by a total of 18 points.
True. I mean, I agree with you. I'm okay with the conference champion getting in, just on a bye. I mean, if you're the Big 10, the Big 12, if you're a Power 4 conference champion and your resume alone doesn't get you a bye, you don't deserve a bye.
I agree with that. We've said that on here many times. Jason said the Pancake Factory at Texas pays $150,000 to start to each O lineman right off the bat, and that's one NIL deal. I knew there was something. I heard it, Jason.
What's the damn Pancake Factory? Shit, I got some eligibility left.
I'm just saying. That's is Bama in. Jordan says is Bama in. We don't know that. It depends on what we talked about this in depth. We've talked about in nausea. Basically, if the committee goes back on their word and takes SMU out, they said that they were not going to take any or penalize anybody for losing a conference championship. Do you remove SMU? They have 2 losses. Their schedule's actually worse than Miami's. Like, if you break it down, if they lose this game, it's actually going to be worse. And I don't know. I'm not going to say they're in. I'm going to say we have a shot. Georgia deserves a bye. Georgia gets a bye. Georgia's probably going to be the number 2 seed now. That's false. They make $10K, bro. 150,000. Get real, man. Oh, I'm telling you, they make more than you think. They make more than you think. I promise you
They
that
make
the
10K.
O lineman is not making just 10K at Texas.
Just 10,000.
There's no way. They make more than that at Alabama, at
Hell, they
Tennessee.
eat more than that.
Yeah, I mean, that. No, maybe they're getting them paid off in pancakes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dream.
I'd still be interested in a career change. I mean,
let's
it's enough
see
to
here.
pique my interest.
All my coworkers today was telling me Bama don't deserve to be in. Okay, so first off, Itchy Boy, you tell them right now it ain't about deserving. We've talked about this too. It's not about deserving. It's about the best teams. Does Bama, if they make it in, do they have a shot to compete in the games? So look at some of the teams that are in. We beat Georgia. We played Tennessee within a touchdown. Now, we did lose some shitty games, but can we compete with the teams that are in the playoff? Yes or no? Yes.
100% y'all can.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, so could Ole Miss and so could South Carolina. So do you think Miami could?
No.
There it is. That's it. That's it. Ole Miss is the only one way that probably has an argument. That we talked about that. I think they are probably the biggest snub out of everyone. I mean, I could see an argument for Ole Miss.
I would say that, but I think Ole Miss is more Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde than fucking Georgia is. And Georgia's been up and down all year.
Yeah, nobody in the SEC wanted to really just step up and take the reins and be a dominant team. Nobody. It looked like Bama was going to be early on. Then we just fell off the tracks. Tennessee loses to Arkansas. It just nobody wanted to do the things that were. I know they wanted to win. I'm not saying that, but they just didn't do what was necessary.
Wade said, as a Georgia fan, South Carolina is going to be scary next year. Let me tell you something about the SEC. The SEC is full of quarterbacks that are going to be there next year that are extremely young and extremely talented. It's going to be fun for the next few years in the SEC. Yeah, and I mean, that's top to bottom outside of, Kentucky. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mississippi State turns some heads next year because they're very young and all of them guys took their lumps this year. So
Tim said Google's free, $50,000 to Texas linemen a year just for their charity work. See, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The money's there.
Yeah.
That's one thing. SC Homebrew says, Chuck McCoy says, OU beatdown is going to hurt y'all. Bama ain't getting in. Who do you think's getting in, Chuck? Gamecocks need to be in the Gamecocks are not going to be in. They lost to two SEC teams that should be ranked in front of them. They're not getting in. They're out.
Tuesday's rankings showed that South Carolina's eliminated.
They're eliminated.
Coming down. Yeah. And if SMU loses this game, the discussion will be between SMU and Alabama because the committee has already said that Alabama is better than Miami and Ole Miss. That's a fact. That is the committee. That is not us talking.
Yes.
The committee has already set that precedent on Tuesday night. The only conversation that will be had after tonight's game, if Clemson holds on and wins, is Alabama better than SMU? And I believe that SMU's resume is worse than Miami's, and that Alabama will be in. And that's a Georgia fan saying that.
Yeah. So, and you hear what he said. He didn't say, do they deserve it more than SMU? Are they better than that SMU? If we lined up today, would Vegas pick us to win this football game? I mean, we don't go by Vegas, but that's just a good way to look at it is, do you think the money would be on Bama or SMU?
And Dees, you're right. The committee came out and said that they're not going to penalize these teams for a conference championship game. But one way or the other, and I've said this all year, they're going to have to go back on their word because they've said too many bullshit things. They're going to have to go back on their word one way or the other.
Well, I mean, what do you expect from a Michigan man?
Yeah, but Riddle, you even commented on this. You even commented on this just this week, and you said the same exact thing that I'm about to say now. And you said he basically sat out there and said the teams that aren't playing this weekend, Bama being one of them, are no jeopardy of losing. They are where they are. Right. They're no jeopardy of losing their position. So how's that?
And that's
possible?
what I'm saying is because he said that, and then he turned around and said, we're not going to penalize teams for playing in a conference championship game.
Yeah.
So one way or the other, he's going to be made a liar. And again, this goes back to the argument, just bring back the computers, bring back the BCS, because now you're not trying to nitpick and find the two best teams. You can just pick the 12 best, based off the computer and all of that goes into that. And I think that's going to be the best way to do it. And even the computers have Alabama in at this point. So
yeah, the BCS we showed that this week. The BCS literally has Alabama in the 11th spot based on this year's data. So if teams cannot quit playing on them, they cannot refuse to play D's. They have a contract with the conference. They cannot turn away a championship game.
Mateo just said something that I 100% agree with. He said that they should absolutely penalize them if they are going to reward them for winning.
It's a freaking game. It's a freaking game, man. Georgia just went.
But what do you expect, though? This is also the same committee that said, oh, well, Texas had a big win over Arkansas. Big win for Texas over Arkansas. Oh, Tennessee, that's a bad loss. That Arkansas is a bad loss.
Yeah.
You didn't play them at home or during the day. You went on the road at night, but that's a bad loss. But, hey, good job, Texas. Them pigs are tough.
Out of everybody on this panel, I've attacked this committee more than probably anybody. And it's not because of the rankings. It's because of they say one thing and then they do another for a different team.
Yeah.
Just like the thing we pointed out earlier, Tennessee won against a very much improved and improving every week Florida team in overtime and dropped 4 spots. And then Ohio State loses to a 6-5 Michigan team and only drops 4 spots. Make it make sense. It has to be consistent. Everybody has to be judged the same way.
Yeah, I mean you can't make it make sense. And like I said, bottom line about there is a benefit to playing it. Georgia went from the 7th seed to the 2 seed in this game. They now have the second easiest path. Hear me out. Theoretically, the second easiest path to win.
It depends on how it all lays out.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying that's the way it should be laid out. If you look at like March Madness, theoretically,
absolutely agree, Chris. Absolutely agree.
BCS was 100% better.
I wish you were still in here to be talking with us right now because you are absolutely correct.
Do you think Tennessee can beat Ohio State? Nate, yes, they can. Their defense is that good.
Yeah. He's spot on with that one.
Hey, my boy Dees, I've known Dees for a long time. Got a lot of love for Dees. He's 100% correct with that one.
Yeah. I never understood that.
Meeting this morning, sitting in that room watching today. And
hey, cheers, Dees.
You're just
SEC champions.
Wait, where's the red? That's just all white.
That's
vitamin D milk.
Tennessee.
I didn't put the red in that one.
Look, we got to tighten up in here. That's Tony's boy. Tighten up. Tennessee can beat Ohio. Tennessee can beat Ohio State. Yes. Tennessee Titans can't beat anybody from Ohio. As Longhorns fans, I don't feel like TU has a leg.
I'd take Miami, Ohio over the Titans right now.
Yeah. Who's TU? Which TU?
Who on Tennessee?
There's only one TU.
Who on Tennessee can guard Jeremiah Smith? It's going to be by committee, buddy.
Yeah, it's we don't rely on one person.
Let me tell you something. These Texas fans and stuff. I called Georgia winning this game. I said it was going to be close. Yeah. But if you break down their season and you research it and you take the time to break it down, who they've played, how they played them, their offensive statistics. The biggest thing I brought up, and I said it really quick Wednesday, was their points per possession and how they were. Georgia was twice as good points per possession as Texas. And it was proven again today. They did not have very good point per possession. Those little things like that, they add up once you do the research and you look at the way these teams have played. And Texas had the easiest schedule of anybody in the SEC. And that's why they were where they were. Hell, Alabama, if they beat Oklahoma and Vanderbilt, 2 games they should have won.
Yeah.
They would have been in that game, and they would have beat Texas. I would have picked Alabama over Texas.
Someone said that they heard Carson Beck's done for the year, and then Riley says, "What do you think about Carson Beck's situation?" Yeah, we touched on that one.
I said earlier, I think Carson Beck's a good QB, but the biggest tell for me today was the way the fans, the sidelines, the players, everybody rallied around Gunner. At not one point this season can you point out where they rallied like that against Carson, because I really believe when Carson came out and said that the only reason he came back this year was to win the Heisman, to win a national title, and to be a first-round pick, he was basically saying that, hey, it's all about me. And a guy like Gunner, he's a redshirt sophomore, he's got to go prove himself, and those guys played for him, and that was a big deal. That was a very big telling thing for me, and I hope we get to see a lot more of Gunner Stockton moving forward. Knowing Kirby Smart, though, and his history with quarterbacks, if Carson can play, he will play in the playoffs.
Yeah, and that'll be what knocks him out.
Sam, this is one riddle. Here you go. As much as I hate Beck, UGA cannot win the title with the backup.
I'm not so sure about that, because I don't believe they beat Texas with Beck in that game the whole time.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, that team rallied around that kid.
Absolutely. And he gives the element of being able to make plays with his legs, which was what made Stetson Bennett so good. And he showed off his arm strength. Don't get me wrong. He threw the pick when he was getting hit. He was trying to throw it out of bounds. It was a terrible decision. But the kid has a laser of an arm, and he can make plays with his legs. And that is a huge thing in today's college football.
Yeah, Ian Rosen says they should put Duke in if they want a good team in the playoffs.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
First off, sorry you're a Duke fan. At least you have basketball. You still got basketball, though.
At least he's loyal to Duke.
Was that week 8 or week 9 that Jordan said Duke was the biggest two-loss fraud there was?
The worst, I think at time was like 7-2.
Chris, I don't know. I mean, look at history with Kirby. The one knock you can make on Kirby is his evaluation of quarterbacks. He likes to stick with his guy no matter what. He did it with Fromm over Eason and Justin Fields. And then I don't know, man. He's
loyal to a fault.
Yes, it took a lot of injuries. It took a lot of injuries, if you go back and look, for Stetson Bennett to be the bona fide starter. That was not even his team the first year they won the national title. So I honestly think that if Beck is healthy and can play, he will go with Beck in the playoffs, and that's what scares me the most, because I honestly think, based off of what I saw in that second half, that Gunner Stockton gives Georgia the best chance to win. Youngness be damned. The mistakes are going to come. You know they're going to come. But what that kid can do gives them the best chance to win moving forward.
SC Homebrew said, what do we think of Sellers? We've raved on Sellers. Young quarterback. He made some mistakes, but we can definitely see the talent.
He's got some growing to do, but there's a lot of them that do.
We can see the talent. 100%.
I mean, hell, Tony's up there. He's a Tennessee fan, and he's busting Nico's balls every week. There's a lot of good young quarterbacks in the SEC, and I'm excited to watch all of them, to be honest with you. Lagway, Sellers, Gunner Stockton. The kid from Mississippi State, he played really well against Georgia. There's so many good, young, talented quarterbacks in the SEC right now. And we haven't even really got to see, what's his, Sampson? Is that y'all's backup? Sampson?
Who?
Ty Simpson.
Simpson, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't even really got to see him yet.
Yeah, he's his dad's the coach at UT Martin. He can read a defense. He doesn't have the athleticism that Milroe has.
Chris, I will say this, just to answer Chris real quick, because he's part of the panel. I'm going to jump over everybody else. I think Bobo is smart enough to understand the situation with him, just like you saw in the second half today. I don't think he's going to force him to make the throws he doesn't need to make. It's going to be a lot of short throws, quick throws, using his legs, moving the pocket, stuff like that. Bobo's going to cater the offense to his abilities and not put him in situations that he doesn't need to be in.
Yeah, that's what a good coach does.
Needs to stick with what defense is giving him. I feel like too many times watching, he's just trying to chuck it up there, slinging it. He's a gunslinger. But hell, sometimes you just got to take what they give you. That's why he finds himself in a mess a lot of times when he's trying to force shit he shouldn't.
I like that, Paul Wright. Thank you for following us. I like that. First round games: Clemson at Notre Dame, Alabama at Ohio State, Indiana at Tennessee, Penn State at Texas Tennessee
Yeah,
gets
absolutely
Tennessee gets a
love
bye. Tennessee gets a bye.
Chippy will not approve.
He's going to fucking unsubscribe if you keep that shit up.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, we'll go play Ohio State. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? If we're gonna lose, let's go down in flames. Who gives a shit?
I mean, I just one more thing on the Georgia quarterback situation. If you go to ESPN right now and you go to the NCAA football page, the top headline is UGA fired up after Beck injury pulls off SEC title. Because it was true. Everybody could see it. That's what happened.
It's big to win a game with a backup that wasn't prepared to go in.
I'll let Jordan and Tony answer that comment.
What's that? Who makes it deeper?
Yeah.
Tell you what, Arizona State is going to be fun to watch.
They're playing good football.
They'll probably have the
I'll be
easier
honest with you,
road.
I'm not sold on Boise making.
No.
Getting a first round bye. I don't see them getting out of that opening game. Arizona State could cause some problems for some people. Scatterbo runs like a man possessed out there.
He's a bowling ball.
I mean, that dude is not afraid of any contact whatsoever. And I mean, Sam Levitt, that quarterback they got, he's not afraid to pull it down and run. And I mean, those guys have a lot of moxie and are showing they're willing to do whatever it takes to win. That being said, I think Tennessee has to be hands down a favorite to make a deeper run than Arizona State, just because that defense is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Jordan, just real quick, I'll let you get back to it. Jason G said them Texas Tears got him fired up. Take another shot. Here's them Texas Tears for you, brother.
Are you gonna be at work tomorrow?
Kahuna,
he ain't gonna
Kahuna,
100%. I'm at the
Him and
screw
Troy
tomorrow.
going to be in the truck saying Kumbaya in the morning.
Kahuna Matata said ASU is going to catch somebody. I think they could catch somebody 100%.
I absolutely think they can.
If you go into that game sleeping,
that'll be a fun game to watch.
Yeah. If you go into that game sleeping, you 100% could get caught by Arizona State. They are. I think they kind of snuck up on everybody because everybody thought BYU, all these other teams were going to be the one to beat, and they just been slowly playing good football. They're getting better and better each week. They're getting hot. And then in the baseball world, I know y'all, the three above me, all know that when you get hot at the right time, but
I mean, look at Aaron Rodgers, only Super Bowl he ever had. They limped in to the playoffs.
I mean, look at the
sometimes being hot and going in is not a bad thing.
And look at Eli with his takedown of the undefeated Patriots in the Super Bowl.
He
got beat by like 40 in week 16 against that same team.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're talking about teams. You talk about teams just getting in and having a chance. In the 4-team era, the 4-team college football playoff era, 8 teams made it to the playoff without winning their conference the conference championship game. 2 of them won the national championship, and that was Alabama in 2017 and Georgia in 2021. So all you got to do is get in and have a chance.
You got to have a shot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all you got to do is have a seat to the dance, and then you can do what you need to do. I mean, this 12-team playoff is meant to honestly, the 12-team playoff, people use the word deserve a lot. All it does is give teams that would never have had a shot before with the 4-team playoff a chance. So, and it's doing that. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, and that's give you a puncher's chance. You're going to get in, you have a shot. Just got to take care of business. Now, whether you do that or not, it's up to you, which it's going to be, we'll see. We'll see.
You got your opportunities. You got to make something happen.
Yeah, we're going to go live tomorrow. We're going to go live when it's when the selection show's on. I'm going to try to see what happens.
I might be live from the dual screw, but I'm going to try to be on.
I think Tide shouldn't be in. It's not up to us, Nick. It'll be up to the playoff committee, so we'll see what happens.
I disagree with that. As much as I hate to say that, I disagree with that. Because who are you putting in over them? That is a better team right now than Alabama. Who are you putting in?
I mean, and the thing is people are going to say, they say South Carolina, they say Ole Miss, Miami. Those are the teams that realistically have an argument for this position. And I could understand TDSMU, they're back down 10. I could understand everyone's point of view. I could also understand why they would put Bama in. So I understand it all. Miami's argument is Nick. Miami's argument's pretty weak at best, though. I mean, they got 2 losses in a very, very crap league. A crap league that the team that's about to win, Clemson, got beat by 2 SEC teams. One of them destroyed them. Absolutely destroyed them. So,
So SMU just scored another touchdown. Extra point pending, but that'll get it back within 10 again. It's 31-20.
The beat bandit says, "Thank God if Clemson wins, it kicks Bama out." No, it actually doesn't. It actually doesn't. SMU is actually playing their way out of the playoff.
I mean,
Jackson, the Ohio State commit, said, "I think Ole Miss should get in. I like their colors. That's my argument."
And you know what, Jackson? That's probably the most valid argument I've heard on here. It's probably the most valid. Miami needs SMU to win.
Miami's out.
Miami's out, man. They're
yeah. I hate to tell you that
when this day started, there was 2 scenarios that play out. SMU wins, Bama's in, and we already know. Or Clemson wins, and the discussion is SMU or Bama. It won't be open back up. They've already said, hey, if you don't play this weekend, you won't jump a team that hasn't played this weekend. Right. I mean, that's what the committee told us, Tuesday night.
Yeah.
So by those rankings, we knew it was either Alabama or SMU.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a big part of why I think this ACC championship game was the late game tonight.
Yeah.
Because that was really the only game that had playoff drama around it. I mean, Texas, Georgia, it's
just seeding. That's seeding, yeah.
It's a bye and a home game. Yeah. I mean, somebody's gonna have a short week to heal on, but other than that, I mean, that was all that was.
Yeah, Nick.
Same thing with Iowa State, Arizona State. Winner gets in, loser's done. There's no debate on, hey, should they get in? No, it's winner in, loser gone.
Yeah. We agree with you, Nick. The committee has said a lot of shit and went back on it. We understand that. And Sam, you said, how are you going to penalize SMU?
And they're going to have to go back some more.
And you said, how are you going to penalize SMU for playing a title game? I'm not penalizing them. I'm just telling you, this committee put themselves in a corner.
Yeah,
the ACC only deserves 1 team in this playoff. I mean, that's it. The ACC stinks.
Yeah, Chris.
They're a one-bid league.
Chris just said touchdown Penn State. They just scored to get it within 7.
Yep.
Damn. I mean, it's coming down the wire, boys.
Me to what I said that day. If Oregon messes around loses this game, Big Ten's dog shit.
Penn State will be the 1 seed.
I know. I seen someone a few minutes ago. I don't know. I lost them in the comments. Sam said that. Well, we were talking about Arizona State, talking about the Big 12, saying Big 12 is terrible. I mean, you can say the same thing about the Big 10 too. Have a lot of terrible teams in it. You have your 3-headed monster, I guess you can say, Penn State, Oregon, and Ohio State, and really nothing after that.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
I mean,
go ahead, Jordan.
I mean, but he's not wrong. The Big 12's terrible.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, the only 2 teams that's ever amounted to anything left. The only other team that's ever had any kind of taste of success, Oklahoma State, shit the bed with like 2 wins this year. Mm-hmm. I mean, so it was a wide open conference of Pac-12 teams that hadn't been relevant ever, if not ever, then at least since the 80s, 90s. And the same Big 12 teams that were getting beat by 60 by Texas and Oklahoma for years.
What I was saying, though, was Arizona State would not pretty much upset anyone. That's why
Jay, I'm going to just call you Jay because I'm not sure if that's Siegs or Siegs. Says, as a Bama fan, I believe if SMU keeps it within 10, we will be preparing for the Citrus Bowl. Well, in the words of the great Florida coach, Steve Spurrier, you can't spell citrus without UT.
You will have to this year.
That's right. Cameron said the best SEC team is 10-2 this year. Yeah, and if you pitted the best SEC team that's 10-2 against whoever you want,
put them in the Big 12. Where are they going?
Whoever you want. Put that 10-2 team against whoever you want. Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State. Tell me who's favored. Just tell me who's favored. Neutral site, because that's where the bowls are going to be played.
And
we already know the answer.
I'll be a realist with you. If you want to take Georgia and compare them to any team in the nation, I'll be honest with you. Just throw out a name. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
Ryan O'Keefe is right. Hypotheticals, get out with that.
It is what it is. I mean, I'm just saying though, we can't sit here and talk about SEC's best team being 10-2 and not talk about the fact that you could match up a Georgia team even with a backup quarterback and they still would almost be a favorite. I mean, there's something to that.
Yeah, I mean, SMU's trying to make a game of it here.
Yeah.
Ryan O'Keefe said hypotheticals, get out with that. And that was my biggest argument on Wednesday's show, is that's the sole purpose of the committee, is to not play the hypotheticals. Because I feel like last year's committee did play the hypotheticals with Florida State. And that's something that doesn't need to happen. Like, you have to go by what happens on the field. That has to be the key. So, and this year it just so happens that I do believe Bama should be in with those teams that are on the bubble. Yeah. I mean, and I hate to say that. I want Alabama out more than anybody because we can't fucking beat Alabama.
I mean, Alabama doesn't mind one way or the other. If we don't make it in tomorrow, I'm not going to be crying about it. I've already said that. We had our chance and we missed it. That's it.
Nick.
So Jason's right. They did play a hypothetical with TCU. They did play a hypothetical with TCU. That's 100% what they did. They gave it to the team that deserved it, even though they didn't win their conference championship. They got destroyed. They got destroyed. And I know they didn't get beat bad in the conference championship, but it was a lot worse than the score said. Anyway, I apologize. But yes, that was a hypothetical.
I think that was the only time in the 4-team playoff that a team had lost their conference championship and didn't move at all.
Yes.
Nick said, do we think Ohio State and Tennessee is a lock in Columbus? I do. I've not seen anything happen today that would change that game whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, guys, is the only thing that really could happen, honestly, is SMU may. Yeah, you're probably right, Jordan. You're probably right. I don't know, because
I don't think this game would have any bearing on that 8-9 game.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, because SMU, if SMU either wins this game and they're going to get a first round bye, and Clemson's out, or if they keep it close, Clemson's in, and then SMU could get that 11th spot from Alabama, depending on how the committee sees it and what they decide they want to walk back on.
Do you think
I didn't see anything today that would change the 8-9 matchup whatsoever.
Luke, I don't think that happens. I don't think conferences go back on naming a conference champ and shared titles because there's too much revenue to be made in a conference championship game. It's a business. Jordan has said that multiple times. Everything you're watching tonight, everything you're going to watch in this playoff, it's all about money. They're going to have a playoff show that you're going to tune into to see where everyone's seated, even though you can pretty much guarantee, because they want you to come and help them generate revenue. That's just what it is. It's a business, guys. It's 100% a business.
Couple of comments I want to point out here. Nick Little said, I'm saying with Georgia's win, Tennessee looks better. Absolutely they do. And then Dees came in and said, plus side of our matchup, Jordan, Heupel is a way better coach than Ryan Day.
100%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ryan Day struggles to win the big game.
I mean, in rotating 12 guys in that defensive front and having virtually no talent drop off, I know Ohio State has a two-headed monster at running back, but when you the whole point of having that two-headed monster is to wear teams down. Well, hell, when you're rotating 12 guys, don't get tired. They might get hurt. Hey, there's no excuse to get tired.
Yeah. Ohio State's
and
strength
I like their secondary against. Ohio State's got a good receiving core, but I'll put up our secondary, having to defend passes against fucking Will Howard, any day of the week. Mm-hmm. If Will Howard beats us, so be it. But he's going to have to.
Ohio State's strength is their defense, though. That's their strength.
Yeah. And their offense at times has looked very suspect. And there's been quite a few times that those two running backs haven't lived up to the hype. And they are two of the best running backs in the nation. I'm not going to take that away from them. These
are two of the most similar teams in the playoff playing each other.
Absolutely. And but I will say in Tennessee's defense, the Georgia game, you can almost say that was an anomaly because that was the only game this year that Georgia has played a complete game from start to finish. And that was the best Carson Beck you could see. That was the best Georgia's defense has played this year. That as far as Georgia goes, that was the most complete game that Georgia has played, and it just so happened to be against Tennessee. And that could be matchups, that could be coaching.
Against
Right.
Tiger King down, Tiger King Willie.
Yeah. Oren, if the season's over, buddy, just you know what? We finished with 9-3. That was our first
Still got
year.
a bowl game coming up. There's still lots to build for.
That's our first year with DeBoer. That's the best ever an Alabama coach has started. So you know, just take that.
I mean, win a bowl game, you've had a 10-win season. That's
impressive. I don't care what anybody says. 10 wins in the SEC is impressive.
I know you've been spoiled by the previous administration, but you got to be a realist here. 10 wins, the guy's first year.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is what it is. Take it with a grain of
I
salt.
do want to say this. I saw this on ESPN. App State has hired South Carolina's offensive coordinator as their new head coach.
I still can't believe Frost is going back to UCF.
Yeah, Appalachian State, Jordan, has hired today at 6:00. Has hired South Carolina's offensive coordinator, Dow Loggins, as their new head coach.
Dow Loggins.
He said,
"Oh my God,
Cope
that
Harder,
guy."
Bama fans in
Holy shit.
shambles. If this is shambles, buddy, I'm doing okay.
I never thought I'd hear that name again. Dow Loggins, piece of shit offense coordinator for us, for Titans for a couple years in Tennessee. Man, fuck that guy.
He's going to claim
shit.
He's going to claim another natty.
Tony's having damn flashbacks at Nom over here.
Yeah, he is. PTSD is real.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I never thought I'd hear that name again.
Yeah.
Dude, right now, I want to be so bad,
Okay.
like that SpongeBob meme where he goes, "Ooh, Dow Loggins."
Bama's
You're
fine.
scaring him.
This team doesn't need to go to the playoffs. I mean, we're going to be okay one way or the other. I mean, it's like C4 said, Bama is going to be compared to SMU. Whoever they decide is the better team. It is what it is. We will respect the opinion of the committee. We're not little bitches. It is what it is. Texas shouldn't be in. Come on now. Come on
now.
I mean, come on. See, now we're reaching though.
See, Georgia.
The only person that picked Marshall is the guy at the top.
Yep, Tony
That
picked
is
Marshall.
the only one.
Yeah.
Jordan said they would. Jordan said Louisiana would be the easiest game all day, and he got me all fired up.
Yeah.
He's not wrong though. I mean,
know.
he's not wrong.
100%.
I actually looked.
I understand
into
it. I understand, and because that's why I picked Louisiana. I was confident too, but it didn't play out that way.
And then they come out and score 3 fucking points.
Go fucking baby. Yeah, that's heard.
Let me go ahead and update this.
Yeah, Jordan. I was even a comment. We are Marshall. I mean, I'm Tony. Oh man,
Jeff, because they'll be making no movies on this game.
Yeah, I did exactly. I said exactly that.
Biggest underdogs of the weekend, right?
Paul Wright
They
says
were.
Notre Dame 5th, Texas 6th, Penn State 7th, Tennessee 8th, Ohio State 9th. So that would be a change because that means Ohio State's coming to Knoxville. Indiana 10, Alabama 11, Clemson out. Oh, Clemson 12. I'm sorry, Clemson's 12. I mean, we'll see what happens. So what you're saying though is Tennessee's jumping Ohio State, which I don't like. That's what these guys are saying. I don't see that happening, especially since neither team played.
And again, I'm not talking about what I think. I'm talking about what the committee has said all year. It would not shock me if Ohio State is ranked ahead of Texas tomorrow because the Big Ten has been ranked ahead of the SEC in these rankings the entire time. And now you have Texas with 2 losses and Ohio State with 2 losses. So I'm not saying that's where I would rank them.
I will say this, though. We can say Texas hasn't played anybody. And I agree with you 100%, Riddle, 100%. They beat the teams that were in front of them, just like all the others. But their only losses are 2 losses to now the number 2 team.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not saying they deserve to stay where they're at either. I'm saying they should fall, but not behind Ohio State.
As far as the bracket, Georgia will be number 2. But as far as rankings, I only think Georgia moves to number 4. I think the winner of this Oregon-Penn State game will be 1. and then Notre Dame has a very good shot of being the number 2 ranked team. And then there's a
that could happen. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and then there's a possibility that they leave Penn State at 3, and then Georgia would be 4. But
yeah,
because both of these games right now are SMU's down 10. Penn State's within 1 score.
Yeah.
So
I will say this, just my opinion, and this is crazy. I think they do enough and they give enough respect. Forget Texas. I don't know what Texas is going to happen. They're in the playoff 100%. I don't know where they're going to fall.
Absolutely.
They're going to give the SEC champions some credit. They may not be over Notre Dame, but I do think they're over Penn State. If Penn State
in the bracket,
if Penn State
in the bracket, they'll be number 2 in the bracket because
Oregon's
they'll be
at the 1 yard line.
highest ranked. The second highest ranked conference champion. So,
Chris, give me the updates. Oregon is at the 1 yard line, about to score again. So, thank God, man, because the last thing I need to hear is James Franklin's stupid ass mouth. Okay,
Jeff Jordan, you're spot on. Yeah. Problem is, they've said a lot of things.
They also said that any team
that they've boxed themselves in.
Yeah, they also said, contrary to that any team not playing this week would not be knocked out of their spot.
Yes.
So
they said no. They said none of the games this weekend would have any bearing on their spots. So we can't.
They've really screwed themselves at this.
According to that, SMU loses, they're out.
And then we got to ask ourselves. We were all thinking SMU. We all 4 of us picked SMU. 1 picked Clemson Riddle. But with that said, Clemson lost to 2 SEC teams, okay, 2 of them, and SMU. I mean, this game's really been ugly. I know they're trying to fight to stay in it, but this game's really been ugly. SMU's O-line has been completely demolished the whole game. Now their speed they're obviously running around like madmen trying to do something, but he said it's about to be a 1-score game. But yeah, I mean,
yeah. Paul Wright said, "I'm a Clemson fan. This league don't feel safe." Sitting here watching this game, this is the critical drive in this game. If SMU scores here, anything can happen, and they're moving the ball. They're at the Clemson 20.
That's the absolute stat of the game right there. Do you see that stat right there? 0 for 0 yards penalties for Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
How is that possible?
Wow.
How is that freaking possible? SEC,
it's not.
SEC, there'd be 48 penalties on the field already, and
well, that sounds like Steve Sarkisian's halftime press conference there with the sideline reporter.
How do you drop that ball? How do you drop that ball? Oh my God!
Well, I mean, and there's holding every single play.
Yes,
every single play.
Chris said touchdown Oregon. They're up
the problem is, Jordan, when they don't call holds that are right in front of them, when you've got a guy who's trying to run away from the guy holding him, and he's got his full extension of arm and jersey being held out, and I'm not talking about anybody's specific team. It could be any game in the SEC. You'll see it all the time, and they're like, "Huh? That's holding." That's holding.
I just want to point out this vaunted Penn State defense has given up 45 points.
It's so good. Spill it. So good.
But to be fair, though, and I don't mean this to be fair. Oregon's given up quite a bit too, and.
Well, they don't have a vaunted defense though either.
No, but they're going to need a hell of a lot more. They're going to need a hell of a lot more, Tony, when they start playing these teams with the defense. Because they're going to play some teams with the defense. I'm
just saying though.
Yeah.
You know how media made it out to be.
We talked about this a few weeks ago, and it was actually one of our key topics on a Wednesday night show. Luke said college football needs full-time refs.
Agree with you 100%. There needs to be a ref.
I know the SEC doesn't have them. I don't know about other conferences, but
no one does. No one does in the NCAA right now. No one does in the NCAA right now. They need to be full-time. When they're not reffing games, they need to be going and learning and perfecting the craft.
Yep.
And I don't know, maybe they're not full-time. Maybe you don't pay them, but maybe you send them to seminars and third and 19, he got destroyed. Wow. I'm just saying, like, do something, because right now forget everything. I'm talking SEC as a whole. Every one of us are SEC fans. The referees stink in this conference. They stink.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad at times.
Penn State coach needs to pack when he gets back home. They're not going to do nothing with him. He talks a big game. Penn Penn State is completely happy with being mediocre and beating up on little kids, and then when they play a big game, losing. They're completely happy with it. SMU.
That's what they've shown us the last 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just
as long as you give them a night game and they don't have to mow the grass and half the light bulbs are out, they're good with that.
Yeah, that's all they need, buddy. That's all they need.
I mean, hell, they're still living in 1975 up there. Forrest Gump on that down front steer snapper cutting the field.
He goes, Jackson says, I don't really watch college football a lot, so you guys seem really smart. Well, believe it or not, people have questioned our intelligence all seasons.
I mean, that's just going to be anybody, though. But I can promise you this group puts the time in and puts the work in to come on here and know what they're talking about.
He said, 706 Dog says, look, Bama's sitting at home. Yeah, we're sitting at home right now. Hey, when they announce us for the playoffs, though, don't get mad, bro. Don't be mad at us. Don't be mad, bro.
So SMU kicked a field goal that would get it within 7. There is a flag on the play right now.
I think they declined it.
Yeah, they declined it. Yeah.
Kahuna Matata says, do away with conference refs. NCAA should provide all of them so every game is called the same. I think the problem with that is I think in our lifetime you're gonna see conferences probably pull away from the NCAA. I got a feeling we're Big Ten, SEC are gonna make a push at some point. Something's gonna set them off, trigger it. It's gonna happen. I don't know when, but I don't know though. In the meantime, though, it would be nice if we had.
I mean, as big as the rivals as those conferences are, I mean, like you said, the NCAA will do something at some point because they do stupid shit constantly that will piss them both off equally as much at the same time. And I was like, you know what? Fuck you. We'll take our products and leave because our products are what make you money anyway.
This is a good question from Jackson. He says, out of the 4, who would be the head coach, assistant coach, OC, DC for a college football team? Oh, that'd be a debate. I don't know.
What are the choices?
Head coach, assistant coach, OC, DC.
Okay, so here's mine. Just right off the top of my head. Head coach would be Nick Saban. Defensive coordinator would be Kirby Smart.
I think he's talking about us.
He's talking about us.
Us? Oh shit!
We're gonna teach.
We'd be a losing record.
I don't know, man. I would want the DC position.
Yeah, Kenny's already gave that to me.
Kiffy said
I'm gonna have some nasty motherfuckers in that line.
See, Jason said strength and conditioning coach would be Jordan. Jackson said, so y'all be cooked? Probably, Jackson. Probably.
OC I would give to Tony. Just because exactly.
But who the hell's Tony gonna complain about? Himself?
Hang on, I'll give DC.
I mean, making the best calls.
Hang on, I'll give OC to Tony. I'll give DC to Jordan. Head coach is Brandon.
I'm not in this.
I will be the assistant / strength and conditioning because I would be great at that.
Let's see here.
I mean, what are you going to condition me in? Damn, opening Little Debbie's.
Hey, put me at offensive line, baby. I don't have the best one in the nation.
Riddle,
he's got to get your hogs built.
Riddle, I just remember that. I remember that one time you went to the gym with us. I'm not 100% sure you're going to motivate them.
Been a few times, and I used to lift every day. I just don't do it anymore.
I know. The March Madness makes the NCAA the most money. I could see that. Obviously, that's a whole lot of games. That's a whole lot of games.
That's a big thing in the NCAA.
But you also got to remember too, like.
But the rest of college basketball season loses it.
And here's the deal, though, D's, and you got to remember this. This is the first year we've ever had a 12-team playoff. 12-team playoff with all these playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be tremendous money.
Jackson said, do you guys ever hang out off camera in person? The 4 of us, not Chris, the 4 of us work together, and we do karaoke sometimes together. Chris hangs out with us from time to time when he's off work and we're all off work. So yes, we're all friends. We all know each other, and we do all hang out off camera. And I can promise you, it's just as good off camera as it is on camera.
He said, "Y'all would need a hell of a team integrity coach." Yes, we would.
We don't need integrity. We just need wins.
We would need a compliance
Absolutely.
director for sure. We would need a compliance director of top quality, top notch. It'd probably be some of our wives. I could probably tell you that right now.
Hey, Kippy, you ever heard of the Soggy Bottom Boys? That's a go-to for us. And
yeah.
Brooks and Dunn, Neon Moon. That's a go-to
Neon
for
Moon.
us.
We have been known to drink a few and sing a little bit. I think this year was the best coaching job Kirby ever did. His defense, yeah,
Absolutely.
it was a good year for him. I agree with that.
All right,
Maybe.
guys.
All right.
Maybe
We
they-
have no kids in the house, so I'm gonna pop a couple of these gas station boner pills.
Good for you, bro. Good for you. Have fun, brother.
Y'all have a good night.
See you, man.
See you,
See you, buddy.
Hey, I want to ask everybody in the chat, where can you go and get that kind of honesty? Is that enough? Is that enough integrity for you guys? Is that enough integrity? I mean, you're not going to go
usually
anywhere
I just
else.
up and disappear. I'm
Hey, Rigsby.
doing that. I'm just disappearing.
Rigsby said, "What would our mascot be?"
Hell.
It would be, I don't know that. Yeah, if just so y'all know, if you ever see Tony just get up and disappear without saying a word, that's usually what he went to do too. So
Absolutely.
just
I don't say
don't.
shit.
He'll be in the middle of a Call of Duty game, put the controller down,
I
just
believe-
get up and walk away.
I believe it was the last Saturday we were on. He just
He
disappeared.
just gets up and walks
Yeah, I
out.
came back.
Oh man! So who takes SMU's spot? That's the debate right now. So here's the deal. Let's just call this what it is, guys. It's either SMU. Do you penalize them for losing this game, or do you give it or do you penalize Bama for not playing this weekend and push them out? That's what it is. That's really what it comes down to. SMU or Bama. Yeah. So Chuck says that, and Alabama has 2 losses to teams. So Clemson's got their ass beat by 2 SEC teams this year, and Alabama beat those teams. So, on the field, it's kind of whatever, we can have an argument. I agree with you. If they pick SMU, I'm not going to be mad. I promise you. I won't be mad. Like the only way I'd be mad is if for some reason Miami made it in Sunday all of a sudden. That would be the only way.
Here's my thing on Alabama, SMU, in this conversation that's probably going to be had. SMU is ranked 8th in the nation. They have 1 loss, which is to BYU, which is the only ranked team they have played. They're supposed to win this game. And if they don't win this game, then you absolutely have to start comparing them full strength of schedule, strength of record, stats,
Yeah, you're right, Chuck.
everything with Alabama.
We'll be
And
live tomorrow.
they don't hold a candle to Alabama. If they
Yeah.
lose this game, they
Jason.
should be out.
Jason's got the stats put up right now, and let's just forget the stats. Let's just say this for a minute. Like Riddle said, you hit the nail on the head. You said it perfectly. SMU was supposed to win this game.
Absolutely.
Clemson is way down. They're 17th. Clemson lost to 2 SEC teams. They're not even being considered for the playoff unless they win this game. And the only reason they're in it is because Miami lost. So here's the deal. SMU was the favorite. They just got beat. And you already know what the committee thinks of Clemson. They think they're terrible. I mean, it's very bad right now. But here's the deal. I promise you this: if they pick SMU, I'll be okay. I'll understand. Here's the real problem, though, Riddle, and you hear me out on this. Next year, you better do the same thing. You better not penalize the teams for losing those title games, because I agree with what people said earlier. If you're going to benefit and be able to move up because of title game wins, you should be able to move out because of title game losses.
Yeah, but next year will be a totally different committee.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a problem too. That's a whole other
Absolutely.
problem. That's a problem.
I agree. And that's what I've said about this committee.
Yes.
That's why I want to bring the computers back.
Who takes SMU
It's-
by? That's probably going to be Arizona State and Boise.
Yeah, so if everything plays out the way it's looking right now, Oregon will be the 1, Georgia will be the 2, Boise State will be the 3, Arizona State will be your 4, and then Clemson will be your 12 seed as the 5th highest ranked conference champion.
Name one thing the committee has got wrong so far. So we talked about this earlier. We talked about this, Tony. If you want to talk on it about the Ohio State losing.
Yeah, we've done this, and it's whatever at this point. I don't care if Tennessee goes to Columbus and play because I know they can beat them. But I'm just saying, Michigan has literally only won one ranked game. Right? Is that right, Riddle?
Yeah, against Ohio State.
What was it? Ohio State.
They have one ranked to win.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah.
Who is
it?
Michigan.
Talking about Ohio State. No. Ranked.
Ohio State.
I'm going into it, but yes, Ohio State did lose at home. 3-0 favorite.
They beat Penn State and Indiana.
Yeah. So there's 2. But last I checked, Tennessee didn't lose at home to as a 3-touchdown favorite to a mid team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, and Penn State, sure. I've said this in early episodes. I felt like when Penn State, of course they lost to Ohio State. They struggled a couple times. Hell, they almost lost to who was that? Minnesota. Minnesota couldn't close the deal.
Penn State almost lost to Minnesota yet.
So I mean, there's a lot of games in there where obviously if the ball would roll the right way, Penn State's. They're dropping hell. There's a good chance they might be sitting on the outside, but probably not because you have teams like Ohio State that they piggyback off of because that's a good loss, or not right now. But look at this Oregon game right now. Yeah, Penn State they're in it.
They're in.
They are in this game right now.
Hey, my boy Alex Davis is back. I've been waiting on you.
When we're talking about Ohio State, though, they shouldn't be hosting. I don't care. I don't care if they won 2. They had 2 ranked wins. They shouldn't be hosting a home game.
SMU is driving. SMU is driving.
Tennessee lost. Yeah, Tennessee lost to Arkansas. So what? Who cares? That was a good win for Texas. Bad loss for Tennessee. Doesn't make any sense. But Tennessee didn't look like a piece of shit at home against a mid team.
Kippy did,
and it would never happen.
Kippy did say, "You're right, Kippy. The BCS simulation for this season mirrors the playoff almost to the T."
Almost to the T. It makes me wonder if that committee is looking at that. But to the question of what has the committee got wrong, I'm gonna give you what we gave. I gave the rest of the panel on Wednesday. Team A, 10-2, 12 strength of record. Losses to SP Plus number 39 and number 51. Their best win is against SP Plus number 12. Okay. Team B, 10-2. Strength of record is 14th. Losses to SP Plus number 50 and number 59. Their best win is against SP Plus number 18. So just based off of stats and blind rankings based off of stats, Team A is clearly better. Correct? Team A is number 18, BYU. Team B is number 12, Miami.
Penn State scored 100%.
Yeah, BYU is not even in the conversation for these playoffs, but their blind resume is better than Miami's, who is in this conversation. So you can make arguments all day. I've attacked this committee more than anything. Alex said they both are not in, so this is irrelevant. Miami, when this came out, was in the conversation. I'm just making a point as to the committee and what they've done wrong. The committee was wrong also for saying that teams that don't play this weekend are in no fear of losing their spot, but that teams are in no jeopardy of being penalized for playing in a conference championship game, which has created quite the conundrum for them.
Yeah. One of those things is not going to be true come tomorrow. Yeah. We'll be here. We're going to go live tomorrow, guys. Y'all can come back. You can rub it in my damn Alabama face if Alabama's out. You can rub it in my face. I promise you, I will not bitch. The only way I will bitch to you is if it's not SMU, because SMU is the only team now. I think we all agree on this panel anyway. SMU is the only team that has an argument, because their argument would be they played in a championship. They should not get penalized for it. And I'll agree with you if we're going to say that's the criteria now. But like was said earlier, should Georgia stay where they are? Should Texas not get penalized and just stay at the 3 seed? I'm just asking. Anyway, sorry. I apologize. That was
I'm going to contradict everything Alex Davis says because he's my guy. Jason Porter said, is Penn State and Oregon just ass on defense? Well, if you look at what the committee says and you look at the stats, Penn State's the number 4 defense in the nation, and Oregon is the 7th ranked defense in the nation based off yards allowed per game. So take that as you will.
Troy says, I don't want to see Indiana.
Their ass.
Troy says, I don't want to see Indiana, Notre Dame, Arizona, or Boise in. That's the real thing is it doesn't matter about what you want to see. It matters about, who is the best teams this season. I don't think you can leave out Indiana. I don't think you can leave out Notre Dame. Arizona State's playing good football. Boise, they're a group of 5. They get an automatic spot. Okay.
And
you can't do anything about it.
I just want to comment on Texas Joker there. And the only reason I'm saying this, not to rub it in, I think Texas is a good football team. But sometimes there's teams that just have your number. Georgia, Alabama has their number. We can't beat Alabama, no matter what, it seems like. And this year,
oh my God,
we matched up well with y'all.
I just read
and we had your number. And that's what it comes down to. I don't think Texas is a bad football team.
And just to break in. Okay, go ahead, Tony. Kias just said, and watch your broken dreams fade in and out of a neon beam. Of a neon beam. He's down here singing.
The Penn State and Oregon, their defense suck. Yeah, they suck. And the reason why I say that, because when you watch these teams and I watch Tennessee every week. I look at Oregon and Penn State, they seem like a finesse team. They're finessing you. Trying to finesse you all the way down the field. A team like Tennessee, they're not trying to do that. They're physical. They're going to try to run over you.
They're going to
take your head off. These two now don't do that.
But yeah,
Beard,
go ahead.
Hang on. Beard said, have y'all seen what Cam Newton said earlier today about Boise? I did not. I was at work and I was trying to watch the game, so I came on here educated. Could you clue us in on what he said? Because I have no idea.
SMU is at the 17-yard line with 50 seconds to go, guys.
Yep.
This game is coming down the wire here.
This is big for you Bama fans out there.
Oh yeah, 100%. This game matters. I still believe that only one ACC team should be in.
Right.
I believe that.
Out of the 4 conferences, I believe the ACC was the worst.
Oh yeah. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you put whoever wins this game right here, this SMU game, against Arizona State right now, I'm taking Arizona State. That's who I'm taking. I'm taking Arizona State.
So he said nobody wants to see the small schools in. I get it, but I to an extent I agree with the Group of 5 champion being allowed to have a chance.
Yeah,
they should.
Do I think they're going to win it?
Yeah.
No, and I don't think they should ever have a bye, but they should have a spot.
Yeah,
I do agree they should have a spot.
We all agree that there should be an automatic bid to be in the playoff if you win your conference or if you're the highest ranked Group of 5. What you shouldn't be is be guaranteed a spot. It should be if you're 12th, that's where you are. You're 12th.
Yep.
I don't give a shit. I don't care. If you're
12th,
you're
the
12th.
same thing for NCAA basketball. You win your conference tournament championship, you're in, but doesn't mean you get
you're not a number 1 seed.
Seeds. You're not getting that.
Yeah, you're not a number 1 seed. That's stupid.
Like Clemson this year, they're ranked 17th right now. If they win this game, they should have an automatic bid because they're going to be a Power 4 conference champion. But based off of where they're ranked, they should be the 12th seed. Arizona State, they're 15th, I think, right now. They won their conference, Power 4 conference. They're in front of Clemson, so they should be the 11th seed. Yeah. It should not have any inkling or weight held that you get a bye based on the fact that you won your conference championship.
March Madness is sanctioned by the NCAA. CFP is not. Well,
you're right there.
I understand.
Yeah, just saying. Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying that's how it should be.
All we're saying is
how basketball does it. Football needs to make those same type of decisions when it comes to seeding. You shouldn't be involved. You shouldn't get a bye just because you win a conference.
And I'm just going to play. I'm playing devil's advocate, Riddle, and I'm going back and looking at previous years where Bama played Georgia in SEC title games, and there's one loss between the both of us when we meet, and Alabama beats, Georgia, for instance. Are you going to penalize Georgia for their first loss? They lost. Let's say it's a close game because our games have been close here recently. They lose a close game to Bama. You're going to kick them out of the top 5 and give the byes to these shit teams that don't even deserve it, even though we clearly knew the title was going to go home with Bama or Georgia. We knew that.
Well, you can make an argument that last year Georgia was undefeated going into the SEC championship game and lost to Alabama by 3 and fell all the way to 6. And
which was ridiculous. I agree with you.
I mean, you can make an argument for that there. But the real argument that took precedent last year was the fact that Florida State was undefeated.
First down SMU 20 seconds ago, they're on the 5. Oh my God. Thank you for following, Renz. But yeah, we're gonna be here tomorrow night, guys. We're gonna be here tomorrow night. You can come and we can all have a conversation about it again. Because it's gonna be interesting. 20 seconds ago.
See, you're ahead of me, Brandon. I'm at 31 seconds right here. No, you're good. You're good. I'm fine with it.
And Penn State's at the 46, 2nd and 1. So they're driving. They have a chance to score to tie. I mean, these games are definitely showed up, guys. Everybody showed up today, except for Iowa State. They suck.
Which Tony's been saying that all year.
Yeah, I've been saying all year. Nothing new. It's not breaking news.
Touchdown.
Nice.
This game. Hey, if SMU wins, there ain't no argument.
No argument at all.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I really don't care. Like I said, I don't care. As a Bama fan, I told you guys, the only benefit for Alabama making the playoff this season is from a recruiting perspective and the money you make from the playoff itself. That's it. That's it. Because I don't think we have the team to go in there and win it. I don't think we do. I just don't.
It is glorious to see a Dabu who choked this shit away, though.
Yeah, he choked it.
I like that.
Rigsby, you're right. Tulane absolutely laid an egg. We thought that, I think as a consensus outside of Chris, we all picked Tulane to win that game.
Oregon pick, and that should be ball game.
Yep.
So James Franklin continues his losing streak over teams with the pulse. So this is 100% what you're going to see. This is 100% what you're going to see in the playoffs, guys. I promise you. Penn State is going to go and play somebody, and they're going to choke, just like they did tonight. They can't do it. They can't do it. Penn State, James Franklin sucks. Just get that through your head, guys. He sucks. It's the most mediocre coach I've ever seen, and people celebrate him like he's Joe Pa returning from the grave. Anyway, I apologize. I went on a tangent there.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I went on a tangent there. The guy is the most mid coach. He never wins any big game. Now, I agree he made this competitive. I agree. And it's the same thing Jordan says every week. He knew the spread. He knows that much. James Franklin makes Ryan Day look great. 100%. You're 100% right, Alex. That's exactly my point. Ryan Day can't even beat Michigan, but goddamn, he can beat James Franklin like it ain't nothing. I don't want to see Bama get embarrassed. That's the whole thing is I do think Bama would get embarrassed. I'm not 100% confident they're going to go in there and compete. Now, if you're asking me, can they go compete? They can. They have a talented team. It's just, the puzzle pieces ain't all fitting together, guys, if you know what I'm saying. We're just not all there. That's the problem. That's why we can go beat a team like Georgia and then lose to Vanderbilt next week. The puzzle pieces aren't matching up. College football is getting more and more about matchups like the NFL. And like Riddle, you just said this. Sometimes teams just match up well. And and Georgia matches up well against what Texas wants to do. And even not necessarily that, because Texas is one of the few teams left that are a run first type of offense. And the last 2 games that Georgia played, they struggled
really bad against the run. So it almost comes down to an individual
Oh my God.
matchup type of deal.
Penn State just
So-
returned this to the 45-yard line. I mean, he was like literally just shoving people out. If Bevo would have been on the field, y'all would have lost. I mean, maybe. It's pretty hard to move a cow.
I mean, we can go back to the Sugar Bowl a few years back, and Bevo tried to attack Uga, and Texas
Oregon
did win
wins.
that game. So,
I'm actually I'm glad Oregon wins. I'm glad we have an undefeated regular season team, someone for everybody to chase in the playoffs. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to make a prediction. I do think Oregon loses in the playoffs.
Beard, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm sure Chris and Brandon would both disagree with me, but Alabama has talent.
We have talent.
They're absolutely a team that could put it together and win the playoff. Absolutely.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I don't know. It's not a matter of could we, it's a matter of will we. And that's the question we've said all year. Do we have the talent? Sure we do, Riddle. We beat Georgia. Georgia's a really good team. But just like Georgia's had their problems this season, Alabama has theirs.
Absolutely.
And Alabama plays to the competition that it's going up against. For some reason, when they go up against good teams, they get hyped for it. I mean, Tennessee.
But
Go ahead.
I was just going to say this about Beard's comment. Portnoy, he's always going to put his bet on the team that's going to make him the most money. So,
Oh my God, Clemson is almost in field goal range, guys, and it's 3 seconds ago.
Yeah.
They're oh my God, it's going to be a. Bama needs proper coaching and in-game adjustments. Rigsby, yes, I 100% agree with you. We very, very seldomly do we make very positive adjustments, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Sometimes we have great game plans, and sometimes we just suck. And I'll be honest with you, the Oklahoma game was just terrible. Yeah, Chris says they have to kick it. All right, so here we go.
Nope.
let me know because you're ahead. How far is it?
It's outside of his range. It looks like a.
Oh God.
I can't, the ball's at the 38. So you're talking. I mean, this is 50. This is 50 plus.
Boy, he'll be.
And I'm just gonna say for the Big Ten,
56,
their
yeah.
perspective, Penn State losing by 8 to the number 1 team is not going to drop them very far.
No, okay, and I don't expect it to, Riddle, but you gotta admit, like, I don't know. James Franklin just keeps losing those games. I don't know. I don't think he's going to drop far though. I think he'll be 5th or 6th.
I think Notre Dame will be ranked ahead of them, or
Did he get it?
Oregon will be ranked ahead of them.
He got it. They win. Clemson
Oh.
wins. Clemson has got in. Now we'll get to hear. Now we'll get to hear how SMU. I mean,
Oh, this is going to be interesting tomorrow.
they
This is
lost,
gonna be really
they lost to that
interesting
Clemson
tomorrow.
team. Hey man,
A
SMU's the only
3-point
team.
loss on a last-second field goal, though.
No, SMU's the only team that has an argument. I've told you if they're in, I'm good with it. But I will say this. This is kind of what we talked about. We have to be consistent on how we do these things. We have to.
Mm.
Kippy said Bama's out. Kippy, come back tomorrow night. We're gonna see. Remember, it ain't about deserving. It's about best team.
How crazy is it that Clemson's
That's
in? No.
Texas Joker, to answer your question, they played Clemson and they lost. They played Clemson and they lost.
And BYU and lost. That's it.
Yeah. But here's the thing though, and here's the real crazy thing about this. Going into this game, SMU's best win was Duke. It's their best win. Oh man. Yeah.
Wow.
It'll be interesting, guys. Like I said, SMU, if you want to say that playing and losing closely in your conference championship game should not penalize you, I'll as a Bama fan, I'll say, okay, I understand that.
I just want you to know that I'm the only one that gets to use this highlighter
Yes.
on this ACC championship game.
Yeah. You won the season too with the picks this week. So
Yeah.
since it was close, Bama might get pushed out. They might, guys. Hey, they could realistically get pushed out. And Jason said, but Duke is Duke. SMU's best win going into tonight. was Duke. They played 2 ranked games, and they literally got beat both times. Now, they played a great game tonight, guys, but this is a Clemson team that got destroyed by Georgia and a Clemson team that just got beat by South Carolina at their home stadium. So, I don't know. It's pretty comical, but we'll see. Hey, we'll be back. We'll be live tomorrow, Daddy. We'll be going live when it's on here. We'll see if Bama falls out. We could bet money on it. SMU, their resume ain't very good, guys. Y'all got confidence. It's not about deserve, Jack. Doesn't matter. Deserving does not matter. It's best teams. That's not what the playoff committee doesn't deserve anything. I thought we were talking basketball. Nah, yeah, I mean basketball's different. No, Kippy, it's not noon, is it? Is it noon tomorrow? I thought it was tomorrow evening.
Yeah, the announcement's going to be at noon tomorrow.
Okay. We might go live for it, and then we might have a second one when they get off tomorrow night so we can all discuss it. But Alex says SMU over Bama. We'll see. What is your justification, Alex? If I were to ask you, if you're the playoff committee, what is your justification to put SMU over Bama? If you had to say, if you had to get in front of the whole world and tell everybody why you justify SMU doesn't. Remember, Kippy, I'm playing devil's advocate too. SMU, it's not about deserving. It's about best teams. Can't say Vandy. You can't say Vandy. You can't say that.
Why doesn't Army deserve it over SMU?
That's a good argument.
So why doesn't Army deserve it over SMU?
In my mind, Army absolutely does. I mean,
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just just being a smart ass here by making this comment.
It ain't
Army
about,
only lost 1 game.
Texas, it ain't about who has the most losses. It ain't about who has the most
Army's
losses.
deserving.
That does not matter. That does not matter at all. Losses like that does that's not the way that works.
Most deserving feels the best teams.
Yeah, it is not most deserving. It's not most deserving. It's not most deserving. The playoff committee, when they were formed, it's the best teams. It's always been the best teams. I mean, I've got 2 other people here that'll tell you the same thing. It's the best team. It's not about deserving. It never has been.
Yeah. I want the best teams in because I don't want another Georgia TCU bullshit game.
That's right. TCU was the team that deserved it, and they sucked.
That game was so good that Tony put on Georgia gear for it.
Yeah, I was feeling good.
We'll see, Alex. Hey, we'll see. And here's the deal. I promise you this, though. I promise you this. If SMU gets in, I won't be mad.
Troy, Clemson is in because they are a conference champion.
Yeah, they're in now. They get an automatic bid.
I hope they're the only team that you see that stupid ass eye black on their quarterback.
Jack, TCU situation will never happen again in football because no one's going to do that. No one's going to do that. That's why they even had to go to 12 teams because TCU was an absolute embarrassment. It was an absolute embarrassment for football. Absolutely.
Why the hell? I don't think NCAA wants another TCU situation. I doubt they want that shit.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Well, just real quick, Brandon, and then you can say your thought on the picks for the year. Okay. Heading into bowl season,
they are amazing.
I was 123-30. You were 118-35. Tony was 116-37. Chris was 113-39, and Jordan was 112-41.
The gold loss
finished dead last.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, guys. Like I said, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll be here tomorrow, and then we'll probably go on after that. We'll probably go on after that to talk about. Dude, Todd. We think Alabama's in because we think SMU's. If you look at their resume, it's their best win is Duke. All these people are saying, "Oh, they're in. They had a great year. Their best win is Duke."
And for the people that are in here, which is 48 people right now.
Yes.
Let me make this perfectly clear. The committee Tuesday set a precedent, and that's what we're going off of. They've already said that Alabama was better than Miami, South Carolina, and Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. So that's over and done with. Now the conversation comes down to, is Alabama better than SMU? And if you look at the resumes, it's clear that SMU has a worse resume than Miami. They
Yes.
had to win this game to get in.
Yeah, way worse than
So-
Miami.
If the committee follows through with what they've already said, Bama will be in and SMU will be out. However, the committee has also said that teams not playing this weekend wouldn't be penalized, and that people playing in the conference championship would not be penalized. So they're gonna have to go back on their word somewhere.
Yeah,
But the only argument that is left is who is the last team in? Is it SMU or is it Alabama?
That's
That's the only question still left to be answered.
Yeah, it is tomorrow. It's noon. We'll go live for it, and then we'll go live later on in the evening just to shoot the shit and kind of talk about it. But I'm just, dude, Todd, what people are failing to realize, we do have a win over the now SEC champions. That is even more for us. That's even more for us. And all things considered, the only team that can keep us out is SMU. And if they do that, I will accept it. I will accept it graciously. I promise you guys, I'm not going to sit here and cry about it. There ain't no point. Alabama had their chance. But we're telling you, if you're asking us, we're saying we think SMU is out. That's what we're saying. So just understand that. I'm not the playoff committee. I don't have any say in this. It'll be Bama has 2 unranked losses. Unranked losses.
Oh, so
yeah. But so we have. What about our wins? Do they matter? Do those matter? No, I mean 100%, guys. I understand the argument for SMU. I understand the argument. So if you want to argue SMU,
yeah, they were one of the top teams in ACC, but you look at their body work, it's just not very good. I don't think they had a ranked win. They lost to, who was it early in the season? Was it BYU?
Yeah, they lost to BYU.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
They played 2 ranked teams and they got beat by them.
BYU and Clemson. That's it.
Yeah. And here's the other thing about it. The other thing that really stinks, and I hate saying this, like, again, I'll say it again though. Clemson is now your ACC champion. Everybody wants to beat their chest about the ACC. They lost to South Carolina, a team that Bama beat. They got destroyed by Georgia, another team that Alabama beat. Not saying we're better than Georgia. Please don't mistake that. I'm saying that we beat Georgia on the field when we played them. It was at home. Okay, we beat them. They're going to look at that. You do with that what you will. They're going to look at all this, though. That's what the playoff committee is here for. So congratulations to Georgia. They won the SEC. Clemson won the ACC. Those 2 teams we know are in, so good for them. We'll see what happens tomorrow. It'll be fun. Bama they did get destroyed by Oklahoma, 100%. 100%. Thank you for following. Tomorrow's selection is going to be crazy. It's not going to be crazy. So what's going to happen tomorrow and what's going to be interesting, and these guys will attest to this, every team is in. We already know the teams that are in except for 2, SMU or Bama. That's the only real question that we have. And what's going to be interesting for tomorrow is where do they place those teams? That's going to be the interesting part that everyone's going to be watching. Tony's obviously watching to see where Tennessee goes. Jordan's already said he doesn't think Tennessee, Ohio State moves. It'll be Tennessee at Ohio State. That's a very good. That's very sensible reasoning by Jordan, and I tend to agree with him. I think he's correct in that statement.
They got to have one good game out of the week.
Yeah, I mean that is the game. That's the game everybody wants to see. End of the day, it's a head-to-head battle. I mean, late season losses hurt worse. I mean, this was pretty late in the season here. What did you say? Oregon played good today. I'm disappointed in the way Oregon played. I'm going to tell you that right now. Penn State's not good.
They're soft, though.
Penn State is not good. Look at how Ohio State dominated Penn State.
Yeah. I just feel like that conference as a whole is soft. Yeah. That's why I said when someone asked about their defenses, if they just suck. Because they're good. The standard for defense in the Big Ten is a little weird. Like today, what you've seen, Penn State wasn't known for their offense. Oregon was. But everyone talks about Penn State's defense being awesome, but you really don't hear anyone talking about Oregon's defense, being great or anything like that. They're just they're a finesse conference.
Yeah.
And physicality is always going to beat finesse.
So someone said, who is our national championship predictions now? If you're just looking at everything, who are you going out and picking? That's tough.
Still
Son
hard.
of a bitch.
And Tennessee, and out of
That's
Tennessee,
tough.
Georgia, and Bama, Tennessee's going to have the toughest road. I guarantee it. So,
Well,
it's hard for me
Tony,
to say it, even
you
though
knew
I
you
like
were
to
going to
say
have
it.
the toughest road though. When you
I know.
when you had to play Ohio State,
But-
that is a tough
Oh, I
first
know.
round match.
That's a game one.
Because
Well,
go ahead, Ray. I'm sorry.
no, you're fine. You can finish your thought if you want
I'm
to.
just
real
thinking
quick.
that's the toughest out, no matter what, because Ohio State has talent to be a top one team. I mean, they lost to Oregon by 1 point. Now I know they got beat by Michigan. I understand. Every team except for Oregon has got beat by somebody this year. Okay, and when I say that, Tennessee lost to Arkansas. Tennessee is way better than Arkansas. They got beat that day. Alabama. If Alabama plays Vandy 10 games in a row, they're going to win. Probably, I'll give Vandy the benefit of the doubt, and I'll say Alabama wins 8 of them. But it didn't happen that day. We got beat, guys. We got beat. So every team
I
has
would
its
say
weakness.
9 out of 10.
You're being more optimistic than me, and you're not even a Bama fan. I'm just saying.
Right.
Everybody has their downs. That's the beauty of this playoff. You're allowed to make a mistake and still be able to come back and actually have a shot. And I think that's what we're seeing from Georgia. Georgia's peaking right now. That defense played at an elite level today. Absolutely destroyed. I mean, even with, like you said, Riddle, no offense in the first half. Still in
And
the
that
game.
defense bent.
Yeah.
That defense bent at times,
but they didn't break. Yes. So
I think Chuck McCoy said it best. He said, I haven't seen one team this year that I just believe is top dog status.
100%.
It's all a toss up. And
We all
of
thought
the
it was-
teams that are in,
yeah. Go ahead.
I agree with that because, Oregon's going to be the undisputed number 1 seed, but they have a 10-point win over Idaho, a 3-point win over Boise State, a 1-point win over Ohio State, a 3-point win over Wisconsin, and then an 8-point win tonight at Penn State. They've struggled at times, but they found a way to win, and that's important.
Yeah. It is 100%.
This Georgia team, I am the most critical person of Georgia that there is because I watch every snap and I break down things and I watch trends and I do all that. This Georgia team will struggle in this playoff in certain matchups. Just like I said about Alabama, we've seen Alabama this year. Their rush defense isn't what you'd expect from an Alabama defense. Milroe can be the best player on the field, or he could be, like the Oklahoma game, the biggest liability on the field. So, do I think they have the talent to win it? Absolutely. But it's going to depend on the matchups, and you might have to go even further, and it might be about individual matchups. Mm-hmm. Does Ryan Williams match up against Oregon's DBs, or does Georgia's offensive line or defensive line match up better against a Notre Dame? Does Heupel's offensive scheme match up better against an Ohio State and Ryan Day coach defense? It's going to come down to the smallest of details and who performs better in the categories that nobody looks at. Yeah. And I think that's going to be the most fun thing about this playoff.
Yeah. So a lot of comments and everything like this. Bama's done. Clemson doesn't. Clemson's in no matter what, guys. They won. SMU is probably not in. Just telling you, SMU's best win is Duke, and SMU lost to a team that Bama beat both Georgia and South Carolina on the field, and that's who Clemson lost to. The ACC, they're cooked, guys. The ACC's cooked. Clemson is probably going to be the last seed. Do you understand that? They're probably going to be the 12th, the last seed in the playoffs.
Oh, they absolutely will be the 12th seed.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, and let me just say that when you say SMU is in Mo to Black, you're saying Clemson's already going to be the 12th seed no matter what. So you're leaving SMU in front of Clemson, even though they just got beat. It's either SMU or Bama. That's it. That's the only teams. That's the only question left. So Houston Bryant says, I think SMU is 11. That means Clemson's 12th, Houston, and Bama's left out. That's what you're saying. Mm-hmm. So SMU is 11th and behind the team that just beat them. Yeah, I mean, based
based off what the committee, again, this goes back to what the committee did Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's going to come. The only question left is you had. All right, let me run this down. Yeah. Oregon, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee, SMU, Indiana, Boise State, Alabama, and Miami were the top 12. Arizona State, the Big 12 champion, was going to take one of those spots, which pushes Miami out. Now, that situation and what the committee said on Tuesday, if Clemson won this game, that was going to push another person out. Which, with what the committee said Tuesday, the only thing, Oregon, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee, Indiana, and Boise State, and now Clemson are all in. That's 11 teams. Yeah. The only spot left is the decision by the committee, is SMU's resume better than Alabama's? And if you break that resume down head to head, no sane person can say SMU deserves it over Alabama.
Curtis, if SMU
That's my opinion.
Curtis, if SMU is minus 670, you better take it, buddy. SMU's biggest win on the season, guys, is Duke.
Bet it.
Is Duke.
Throw a bet down.
SMU's biggest win on the season is Duke. So you better just really think about that very hard. Very hard about what you say. If SMU gets in, guys, I won't cry about it. I promise you. I will take it with a grain of salt. It is what it is. Don't penalize SMU for playing a championship game. Then you shouldn't be able to benefit for playing a championship game. I'm just telling you that. Bottom line, the committee's already said Bama wasn't going to move because they weren't playing today, and they also said they weren't going to penalize people. So they're going to be a liar in some form or fashion come tomorrow. Bama's biggest win is Georgia, buddy. The SEC champion.
Okay.
It's the best win in college football.
Yeah, so you went back to their best win this year. SMU played currently ranked 2 ranked teams all year, and they lost both of those games.
Yep.
If you look at their schedule, they played Nevada and won by 5. They played Houston Christian, not an FBS school.
Yep.
TCU, and they gave up 42 to TCU.
Yeah.
They played Florida State, who's ranked dead last in the ACC. They played Stanford, who's second to last in the ACC.
Yep.
They played California, who is 4th from the bottom in the ACC. They played Boston College, but literally, if you look at their schedule, especially just in the ACC alone, Duke at 9-3 is their best win.
Yeah, Duke.
That's their best win.
So all these people are saying OU beat you and Vandy beat you. Yes, they did. And you said SMU lost to Clemson. Clemson lost to the 2 teams that Alabama beat on the field. That's Clemson's 2 of Clemson's losses.
If you wanted to make a comparison between Clemson and Alabama, Clemson got blown out by Georgia. Alabama beat Georgia. I mean, there's so many different ways you can look at this.
Yeah, man.
But if it doesn't matter the hypotheticals, it doesn't matter the big picture. You got to quit looking at the big picture, and you got to compare these teams head to head. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
And all this is going to come down to is SMU and Alabama.
Yes.
Look at their resume. Look at their strength of schedules. Look at their strength of records. Look at their stats. Look at who they've played and how they've played, and tell me SMU is a better team.
Yeah, you're right, Alex. Ole Miss did beat Georgia by more, 100%. Ole Miss lost to LSU, and Bama beat the hell out of them at home at Death Valley at night. That's the big caveat right there.
And honestly, the Ole Miss Alabama argument
is the best one.
Well, because they didn't play head to head, you have to break down every other thing. And the only big difference, because you can say Ole Miss beat Georgia by more. That can be an argument if you want it to be, because Georgia played both teams on the road. But there was weather involved in the Ole Miss game. There wasn't in the Alabama game. So you have to find something else to compare these two teams. And they have a common opponent in LSU that was at LSU. Both teams played at LSU. So, I mean, and we're splitting hairs here. Don't get me wrong. We're splitting hairs. But even that's not an argument based on what the committee has already said. And that's what matters. This is not what we're saying. This is what the committee has already said.
Yeah, Tommy
It's
said
going to come down to SMU and Alabama.
Tommy said records should matter. 11-2 SMU's Bama's out. The record does matter.
I said, let Army in. Fucking let
The
Army in
record
over
matters.
SMU.
Yeah.
So Army should be in over SMU, Tommy. That should be
Colorado. What about Colorado? They only got 2 losses.
They should be in because it's about who you play. It doesn't matter if you go play the Sisters of the Poor like SMU did all season. You don't get the benefit of the doubt. You don't get that. Now, could the committee come out and say, "Hey,
hold up, let me throw out another team. Memphis is sitting there at 10-2.
Yeah, they're better than SMU. I don't know.
BYU's still 10-2,
and BYU beat SMU.
Yep.
So what are you really saying? So, like, I understand, Tommy. I understand you want to talk about our losses, but why aren't you talking about our wins?
And I just saw J.S. Bloom say this: there should only be a benefit for playing in a championship game, not a penalty.
You can't do that. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. There should be nothing. If you don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt, there should be nothing. It should just be for shits and giggles. Because Georgia's just jumped up to the number 2 seed because they beat Texas. They jumped up to the number 2 seed from being ranked 7th, okay, to the number 2 seed.
And I agree 100%. I think winning a conference championship should hold some weight, but if you lose it, I think you should be penalized. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you deserve to be in the conference championship game, you should win the conference championship game. And if you don't win it, and in this hypothetical situation, we're talking about a 12-team playoff. Yeah. So some of these teams that are getting in do not have a realistic chance of winning. Let's be clear.
Bubba Ray, SMU lost the ACC conference champion. They got beat. That conference championship got beat by South Carolina and got destroyed by Georgia. Both teams Alabama beat on the field. Like I said, there's holes in every one of your arguments. There's holes.
And lost to an unranked Louisville team.
Yeah, there's holes, man. I'm not saying SMU, they might get in, guys. They might get in.
And that's what we've been saying all along. This all goes back to all the thing the committee has said. They're going to have to go back on their word one way or the other. Plain and simple. Whether they pick SMU or Alabama, they're going to go back on their word one way or the other.
And Nick Little, Alabama would love to go to Happy Valley. I promise you. Whether it's Notre Dame or Happy Valley, we would love to go to either one because I think every one of those, I think they're soft. I think they're soft fucks. I think they wouldn't make it. They wouldn't make it a fucking day in the SEC. SMU is minus 5,000 to make the playoffs. If it is, you better take that.
Minus 5,000. Shit.
Bama lost to 2 unranked teams. What's the argument? The argument is the only team that has a shot over us is SMU, who didn't beat a single ranked team. Didn't beat a single one. Ranked wins matter more than unranked losses, guys. I hate to say it, but they do. Do you think the committee thinks of who's going to give good close games? So if you're going to SMU is if you put Alabama on the field against SMU, Alabama would be favored by more than 2 touchdowns. So what's the argument? Who has Texas beat? You're 100% right, Dees. Texas hasn't beat anybody, but they only have 2 losses in the SEC.
And yes, they had the easiest schedule in the SEC.
Yes, they did.
Like the SEC,
in my opinion, doesn't matter.
Rolled out the welcome mat for Texas and really gave the shaft to Oklahoma, if you want my honest opinion. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is Texas did go out, same as Indiana.
Yeah.
Texas and Indiana beat all the teams that they were supposed to in a manner that they were supposed to, minus Texas and like Arkansas because the committee fucked themselves on that comment.
And we're not crying. Nobody's crying loud, AJ. Nobody's crying.
No, not at all.
If SMU gets in, I've already said it about 84 times. I'm not going to be mad at SMU.
And Brandon and I will back Brandon and Chris on that. They've been saying since probably September that Bama doesn't deserve it.
There you go,
But
guys.
me
shit
as
talk.
me as a Georgia fan, breaking down the numbers like I do, researching this stuff every week, it's not the big picture. If you listen to Wednesday's show, I gave multiple reasons why, on the surface, Alabama shouldn't get in. But if you
Clemson will be
compare
12.
these teams head to head, all the teams on the bubble, Alabama is the best team, and you can't make an argument for it.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Nick Little. I have nothing to complain about. I've literally been living a dream. So I have nothing to complain about. That's why, this season, if we never win another one, buddy, I've seen my fair share. I've seen more than most teams will ever dream of. Committee has always punished favorite teams who lose in conference championship. They always have. 100% they have. If this was last year, guess what, guys? Guess what? One of those teams, neither of those teams are playing, so it doesn't even matter. But understand if Bama doesn't.
Yeah, last year they left out a undefeated conference champion and a one-loss SEC runner-up.
But Riddle, and that's what we're talking. You know what they did do? They looked at the SEC and they valued the SEC over which conference? The same one that we're talking about right now. Because why? It's better. I don't care what anybody says. It's better conference.
And you can look at it top to bottom and who they played and everything. And I mean, just go and look.
Yeah.
SMU, Clemson, and Miami all benefited by playing the bottom tier of the ACC all year.
Anyway,
here's something. Talking about how Penn State. We're talking about how Penn State wouldn't drop very far just because they look decent against Oregon team. Just a reminder that Penn State's best win is Illinois at home, which is 17-7. They've only beat two other teams over 500, and one is Bowling fucking Green. So, so they shouldn't be ahead of Tennessee either.
Dee said Jordan Travis getting hurt is why that happened. It very well could have been, but I'll tell you this: I don't think there's a world.
Excuse.
I don't think there's a world they leave out the SEC champion.
That was their excuse for Florida State, but Florida State still went out there and won games without Jordan Travis and won their conference.
They did. I will let you know who's in tomorrow. Yes. Hey, we'll be live, guys. We'll be live. We'll be going over it. And more than welcome to come rub it in my face.
Nick Little said that dude at the bottom keeps bringing up TCU. That was 14 playoffs. Big difference. No, because what we're saying is we don't want bad teams. Well, not the best teams in the conference.
He's a Tennessee fan at the top. He's a Tennessee fan at the top. He doesn't want to shit game. He doesn't want to shit
the one at the bottom. I said shit about TCU. I was thankful we played TCU in the national championship.
I did, and I'm going to keep saying too. I don't want to see another shit game.
Is because we got to play TCU.
I don't want to see another game like that. That's ridiculous. We let it. The team got in, even though they lost their conference championship. And I think they had two fucking losses.
Is it noon Eastern time tomorrow?
Yeah.
So 11 o'clock, guys. We'll be here at 11 o'clock. We can go over it. Every one of y'all that's here right now, please go follow, do all that good shit, and you can come back and rub it in my face when SMU makes it. I'll take it.
Bradley Crosby said, "Go over y'all's 12." Do you just want our top 12 rankings, or do you want what the bracket would be? Because if it was the bracket, Oregon's going to be 1, Georgia will be 2, Boise State's going to be 3 now, Arizona State will be 4, Clemson will take the 12 spot.
Yeah.
Depending on where they drop Penn State with their loss, I think Penn State could slide into that 5 seed. If not them, then Notre Dame will get their 5 seed. It just depends on where they drop Penn State. I'm going to go Notre Dame gets the 5 because that's what they want. 6, again, you got the argument. Is it Penn State? Is it Texas? I'm going to give Texas the 6th seed, and I'll tell you why. And it's because of the matchup this is going to create.
Yeah.
I'll give Penn State the 6. I'll give Texas the 7. The 8th seed is probably going to be Ohio State based off of this committee. If I had to guess, Tennessee will be the 9.
I think you're fine.
Who do I have left here?
Tennessee,
Indiana.
You got Indiana at 10, and then you got whoever you pick at 11.
Right. Alabama at 11, and then Clemson would be the 12. So I'd have Penn State, Alabama going to Penn State. I would have Indiana.
Hold on, we got what is this? A.O. Connor said, "I love listening to SEC fans talk. It's like watching the movie Idiocracy." That's how I feel. That's how I feel. That's how I feel talking football with some ACC and other fans. It really it's a struggle sometimes, guys. It's a struggle.
And here it is. We do our research, but the fact of the matter is when you put these teams together historically, who wins? Yeah. You can say it's idiocracy all you want, but who has dominated the national championship scene?
We can speak
all the way back to the start of the BCS. Who has dominated? You can't argue it.
Yeah, SMU has nothing that they can say they're better at Alabama at, except for wins and losses, and they've already said that's not enough from the ACC. Miami has a better win-loss record than Alabama. Miami's resume is better than SMU's resume. Just telling y'all. Tennessee is 9th right now, Crazy Roller, 9th.
Yeah, in case anybody was wondering, Miami's best win was their opening win against Florida.
And the Beat Bandit, we finished 4th in the SEC, buddy. I hate to tell you that. I'm sorry. Yeah, if Bama had SMU schedule 100%, they'd be 12-0. I don't think Georgia would be 12-0. Tennessee fan up here, I'm telling you, he would lick his lips for SMU schedule. They would have ran through it and not even had a sweat broken.
Oh, we'd be top 4.
Oh yeah, I mean, you'd probably be undefeated playing for. You'd be probably vying for the number 1 spot. Bama lost to Vanderbilt. That is a true statement. Yes.
But name a team that's going to be in the playoffs outside of Oregon and Georgia, because Georgia's only losses are to 2 teams that have an argument for the playoff and are ranked. Name another team. Penn State, I guess you can put in that comment, Oregon and Ohio State. Name another team that doesn't have a bad loss that's up there. Notre Dame lost to fucking Illinois.
Notre Dame has the worst loss in all of all the top teams. Notre Dame has the worst loss of all the top teams. 100%.
Let's see, I'm pulling up the rankings right now.
Yeah, y'all have 2 bad losses. Yeah.
Ohio State has a loss to Michigan. Tennessee has the loss to Arkansas. SMU hasn't beat a ranked team yet this year. No. Indiana, okay, they lost to Ohio State.
We did have our shot. We did have our shot, LeVar. And if we're not in, that's great.
I just mentioned Penn State only has 1 ranked win.
Yeah, one ranked, and that's Illinois.
And only 2 other wins that they got. They're over 500. One of them's fucking Bowling Green. Okay, so calm down.
Rig. Because Clemson won, ACC does not get a bye. No.
And Mark I don't even know how to say that. GUIU 2006. Depends on who you ask. Again, the Vandy win for Texas was a good win, but when you look at it from the Alabama perspective, it's perceived as a bad loss, just as the Tennessee loss to Arkansas was a bad loss. But again, for Texas, that was a good win. So make it make sense.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to say. They're not going to be able to, because like I said, Alabama has the best win in college football. We beat the number 2 team, because here's the deal. Nobody's beat Oregon, so we can't use them as a barometer.
Right, they found a way to win.
And we beat the number 2 team now. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who makes it, guys. You can come here tomorrow and rub it in my face if SMU makes it. The money is on SMU to make it, guys. The money's on SMU. We've heard it in the chat many times.
A little bit earlier, there's been a lot of comments that come in since this comment was made. But Kev O said should probably only be SEC and Big Ten teams. To be honest, am I right? Nobody else? Well, let me tell you something. Looking at these teams, and I'll say this: since their loss early in the year, Notre Dame has looked good against who they've played.
Yeah,
but I would bet my house, I would bet my income, I would bet everything I own that the national champion this year comes from the Big Ten or the SEC.
The only reason some of these teams are even getting in, it's a party favor. It's like, here, thank you for competing. Here's your participation trophy. Let's call it what it is, man. Let's call it what it is. Arizona State's playing good football, but does anybody in here think they're going to win the national title? Does anybody think SMU is going to win? They couldn't even beat Clemson. South Carolina, beat Clemson. Georgia beat the crap out of Clemson. Exactly. James Ford said exactly what everybody needs to read in the chat. SMU draws 0 fans. You know who's a big brand that brings revenue? Alabama. It's a business. We've said that many times. Don't take it personal.
Said it best.
Don't take it personal. It's a business. I mean, Bama shouldn't make it. But like I said, who are you putting in? Ole Miss should be in. Matt, you're probably one of the more astute people. Ole Miss has a better argument than anybody. I'll give you that. Their argument is clearer than everybody else. 100%, Bradley. Nobody wants a TCU repeat. That's exactly what Tony's been saying all night. SMU, it's not about deserving, Tyler. There's no deserving in this. It's the best teams. SMU's not one of them. They stink. They got beat by Clemson, and Clemson stinks. You realize Clemson only scored 14 points against South Carolina? TCU won a playoff game. No team with 3 L's should be in. Clemson's in, buddy. Clemson's in. South Carolina's not the best 3-loss team. They got beat by Ole Miss and Alabama, 2 teams that should be ranked above them. The rankings come out at 11 o'clock tomorrow on Central Time. 11 o'clock Central Time, be here. You rub it in my face when SMU gets in. Rub it in my face. I want you. I want you to. Come on back and rub it in. All 164 of you, come on back. Hey, if you haven't already done this, all 164 of you, please just go ahead and like and subscribe and do all that good stuff. That way you can come rub it in my face.
I'm trying to find this comment from earlier, but I can't find it.
James said, SMU's out. Trust me, bro. Alabama, Notre Dame, I would love that too. 100%. As a Bama fan, I would love it. 33 points, 3 games. Okay. We got the most wins though against ranked. Going into today we did, but tied for the most wins.
I was trying to find it to be able to call him out, and it's not because of the comment and the way he said it, but I can't remember who it was, but he said nobody wants your 30K, buddy. When I said that I would bet my house, my income, and everything else that the Big Ten or the SEC will win this national championship. And I just wanted to ask him, who does he think's going to win the national championship outside of those 2 conferences?
Yeah, and D said Bama fans think they should be in because of the logo. I've actually went on record on this podcast and said Bama should not be in. I've actually said we don't deserve it. I've actually said we don't deserve it. I'm just telling you, no one has argued. No one in the court of law could argue and tell me why there's another team that deserves it more than them. I have not heard one time, not one person say it.
Chris Faber, you said you want a PSU Oregon rematch. Who is your team? If it's Oregon, I can understand that comment. If it's Penn State, you just get beat again.
Yeah, good Lord. No one wants to see that again.
Yeah.
Don't want to see another John Franklin meltdown. Oh, John.
Yeah,
James
we don't expect it, Bradley.
He's a fucking John. He is a John.
I've already said that, Bradley. If we don't make it in, I'm not going to cry about it, man. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just telling you.
Cruz, he did. He absolutely took a shot, but I love the mentality he had on that play. He had that I'm not going to be denied mentality, and he got denied. And that's all you can say about that.
Jordan, your question about Oklahoma is not a good enough argument. You got to do better than that. SMU lost to Clemson tonight. We beat South Carolina and Georgia on the field, both teams that beat Clemson. So next, keep coming. I mean, SMU has no quality wins. Their quality win is Duke. They have no ranked wins. Who else? Jordan, you got to do better than that, buddy. I've already told you. Our quality wins supersede everything that you're telling me. It's not on Franklin, though. Franklin stinks, guys. What are we talking about Franklin for? He stinks. He stinks.
I mentioned him.
Jordan, Pitt and Louisville, that's not they're not ranked anymore. They're not ranked.
Pitt and Louisville?
You can't go back.
You have to go by who's currently ranked by this committee. And this is not us. Like, y'all are thinking we're saying this based off of our opinions.
This isn't our opinion.
We're going off of what the committee has said.
We don't,
and it has already proven.
We're not on the committee. We don't have a say in this. We're just telling you our opinion. You're getting mad. You're getting mad because you don't like it. But I can't help it.
Pretty much, we're just preaching the gospel.
Who's the best 3-loss team? If you're asking who the best 3-loss team is, it's Bama. The only argument is Ole Miss. The only argument is Ole Miss.
We'll find out if Boise State's legit. They're going to face teams that are bigger, faster, stronger.
So D said, what quality wins does Alabama have? Georgia struggled too. They're going to be ranked the number 2 seed. What are you talking about? That's a quality win. They just won the SEC. He said, I want y'all's opinion on the best 12. Well, that's the problem. Nobody wants to admit that the best teams need to make it. SMU's not the best team. South Carolina would beat SMU all fucking day long. South Carolina beat Clemson team.
Especially the way South Carolina's been playing down the stretch.
Yeah, don't forget about Florida.
SMU, Clemson. Yeah. Hell, I'd love to see Arizona State play that Clemson front right now.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a lot of teams I'd take Florida over.
Oh, 100%.
Right now. I'd take Florida over a lot of teams right now.
James, you're 100% right. Bama fatigue is showing up here. They hate us because they ain't us. That's what they got to do. It's the only team that's got an argument is Georgia because they've won recently.
D's, I don't disagree, and I just said it. South Carolina's probably had the best closing stretch of any team. The thing that kills them is the 2 teams ranked ahead of them they've lost to on the field.
User, South Carolina would not beat Bama every time on a neutral field. It took a Hail Mary field goal with a minute left just to get the game close.
That was a Hail Mary throw and a spectacular catch.
Yeah, you can't say that. You can't say that. They got destroyed. Absolutely destroyed by Ole Miss. They lost to LSU. I mean, no. Is South Carolina better than SMU though? 100%. 100%. Bama's played one good quarter of football all year. They played good enough to beat South Carolina though. That's all that matters.
I saw Jake say, how far do you think Texas drops? Based off of this committee, this is only based off the committee and what they've done so far since the college football playoff rankings have come out. It's looking like Texas may fall to about the 5 or the 4, and then Penn State would be right behind them because Texas is the only team this committee has put up there with the Big Ten teams. And then you'd have both of them sitting there with 2 losses. But, and I mean, you still got Ohio State there with 2 losses, and Ohio State has a win over Penn State. So it's going to be interesting the way this all falls tomorrow.
So not making a conference championship, there's about 8 teams. There's quite a few teams that were in the top 12 that didn't make that. So I don't know the number off the top of hand, but there's quite a few teams that didn't make a conference championship today. So I'll be honest with that. Honestly, SMU, if you're talking about the best team, SMU stinks. Just stop.
Six of the top 12 didn't play for their conference championship.
So there you go. South Carolina would beat Bama this week. I don't think they match up well against Alabama, so that's why they got beat in the season. I mean, it took the refs trying to give y'all the game and a Hail Mary throw for you to even come close. So if Alabama had SMU scheduled to be 12-0, that's what everyone's talking to.
Vaughn said anyway Miami gets in. Based off of what the committee said Tuesday, they've already ruled Alabama is a better team than Miami. I went over that Wednesday. You can make all the arguments in the world as to why Miami should be in, but the committee has spoken on that. There is no way Miami makes it in now.
And Miami's resume is better than SMU's. All right. Hey, y'all show up tomorrow, 11 o'clock. We'll see what happens. Please unrank Miami and stop hyping up Cam. Cam's a good quarterback, though. I mean,
he is a good quarterback.
He just didn't have a defense around him. That's his biggest problem. SMU didn't beat a ranked team. You're right.
If Miami had a decent defense, they would have probably went undefeated this year.
Yeah, I mean, that would be cool because they played a very weak schedule. Let's see. So the SEC Bama game was not good. No, the SEC Bama game was really good. People coming in here saying
that score was closer than what it actually was.
Yeah. I mean, y'all threw a Hail Mary to get a touchdown at the very last minute of the game and try to kick that onside. I mean, that's what happened.
User said Haynes King is a better quarterback than any Georgia quarterback. Good. We gave him his flowers earlier. What he did against Georgia last week was impressive. He put that team on his back, and that game meant a lot to Georgia Tech. You could tell by the way their coach was emotional after that game was over. Haynes King played his ass off.
We're not wishing, User. We're better we're better than SMU. I mean, it's just easy. That's easy. But whatever happens, guys. If they want to give it to SMU, like I told you, I will accept SMU being in the playoffs. That's fine. I've already said that. I said Alabama didn't deserve it. I've said that. I just have not heard an argument. I haven't heard an argument.
My man.
Let me just say this real quick to Jake, because I talked about this earlier, and I'm assuming he wasn't in here.
Mm-hmm.
I said multiple times that Georgia does not win the SEC championship if Carson Beck stays in that game. He was not playing good. He was in his head. It was the bad version of Carson Beck we've seen all year. And I absolutely 100% think that Georgia loses that game if Carson Beck stays in.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Luke. Bama beat UGA, and UGA beat the ACC champion by 31 points on a neutral site, and South Carolina beat them, and Bama beat both those teams. And Kenter, I saw you, Jordan Kenter. You said 3 losses to 2 losses. 100%, you are correct. 3 ranked wins to 0 ranked wins. So again, your arguments they're watered down, man. I'm not saying Alabama deserves it. I'm not saying Alabama deserves it. I'm telling you they don't deserve to be in the playoff.
I'm seeing some comments come in just about Georgia, and I'll speak on that because that's the team I've watched every snap of every game. The way that Georgia, their sideline, their fans, and the players themselves rallied around Gunnar Stockton, you haven't seen that all year at any point for Carson Beck. And I'm wondering if that's because Carson Beck has a me-first mentality. There's got to be something deeper there, but everybody was super excited to see Gunnar come into that game. And I think he outplayed Carson Beck tonight. Moving forward, we'll see. I think Stockton gives Georgia better options. But the way that the fans, the team, the sideline, everybody rallied around Gunnar Stockton, I think that has to say a lot about the kid that Gunnar Stockton is.
So Bama's only argument is questionable head-to-heads. There's no questionable head-to-head. And then ignoring common opponents and bad losses. So that's not the argument. The argument is SMU. Thank you, Jake. SMU and Bama are the only ones that are going to get in. Just everyone else is out. They've already said that. So it's SMU compared against Alabama. SMU has 0 ranked wins. Alabama has 3. SMU has 2 losses. Bama has 3. You say, oh, SMU's only lost by 6 points. That's great. Clemson sucks and got beat by 2 SEC teams that Alabama beat. So what other argument do you have? We've poked holes in all of them.
Quan said, what do you think about number 11 wide receiver on Georgia? That'd be Arian Smith. I think through the years, even on the national championship teams, he made huge plays. He might be the fastest wide receiver in all of football. But this year especially, he has been plagued by drops. And even in the game today, you could see that was really – it's in his head at this point. Like, he's really struggling with it. But he can be a big-time playmaker. But as far as an elite receivers don't have the drops that he has had or Georgia as a team has had.
Thank you for following, Jake. Eric, I have said, I don't know how many times I've said this. I've already said Alabama does not deserve to be in the playoffs. I've already said Alabama does not deserve to be in the playoffs this year. I don't know how many times I'm going on record of saying it. I need to get a recording of it. Yeah, I'm just telling you, if you're trying to put teams in front of them that aren't better, that Vandy would give SMU all they want, 100%.
Can you put that in your caption?
Yeah, I know. I should just put that.
Big Ten. A Big Ten question came in, and I'm going to field this one just because we get called out for being biased in the SEC. Yes. Wickster said, is Penn State as good as their ranking says? I think Ohio State is much better. I agree with you. Penn State wouldn't have been playing tonight had Ryan Day been able to overcome the Michigan hump. For whatever reason, he can't do that.
Yeah.
I said a few weeks ago that if I had to pick a national champion, it would be Ohio State. I think Ohio State has a great team. I think they'll make a run at this. Do I think Penn State's capable of winning this national championship? No. The reason being they just played Oregon tonight and lost.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you for following, Alex. Charles coming in here with the fucking stupid shit. Vol should win it all if they can get their lives together. Oh man. Okay. Ohio State is better than Penn State. Ohio State absolutely destroyed Penn State on the field. I mean, we all agree. Who you got losing in the first round?
Bro.
Well, tomorrow, once we see where these teams fall and what the matchups are going to be, we will go in depth on that because I can promise you I'm going to do my homework. And with the hypotheticals that we've seen so far, I have a pretty good idea what it's going to be in the first round. I mean, we know who has the buys at this point. We know that Oregon will be the 1, Georgia will be the 2, Boise State will be the 3, and Arizona State will be the 4, and Clemson will be the 12, which means Clemson will have to play the 5 seed, which is looking like it could be either Penn State or Notre Dame. And I don't know if Clemson can beat either one of those teams, to be honest. So that's the only first-round matchup we really know what it might look like, and I have Clemson losing to both of those teams.
Let's see here. It says, Cholm said, worst time of my life being an SMU fan, and I saw the horrible 2010s at seasons and 0 penalties, by the way. Yeah, we all questioned the 0 penalties. We're in the SEC. We wouldn't know what that looked like.
That's insane for a team to have 0 penalties in a game.
So Sawyer asked, should Ole Miss be over Alabama? That's an irrelevant conversation.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to change
the answer is no.
They're not.
Everyone that's saying Ole Miss and the South Carolina Gamecocks, just
that's
stop
already been
it.
established.
It's not happening. Just stop.
And then, so Georgia boy said Bobo needs to go. His plays are horrible.
Yeah.
So Jordan says conference championship games are pointless if Bama gets in. That's not true. Arizona State sewed up they're not even ranked in the top 12, and they sewed up a bye in the playoffs. Georgia went from 7th in the playoff rankings to number 2 just by winning tonight. So you can't say it's pointless. You can't say that. And I'm going to ask this question, and I'm going to say this again. If Texas was in the top 4 and they lost to Georgia last season, would they be out of the conference? Would they be out of the playoffs? Well, absolutely they would have. Absolutely they would have. There's nowhere that says you can't get out. Now, the playoff committee has kind of acted like that's the way it's, and they've said that. They also said Alabama wasn't going nowhere. So, I mean, who knows, guys? SMU may get in, though. But remember, it's not about who deserves what. So, it's not about who deserves. It's who's the best team. Let's see, what changes do you think they make the Big 12 team playoff next year? What changes? I hope they do away with automatic bids. Not automatic bids, automatic buys. I hope they do away with that. Sorry, go ahead now.
Oh no, that's what I was going to say. Is the biggest one is getting rid of the automatic buys. If you want to reward conference champions, giving them a spot, then
that's fine.
Cool. But in this scenario this year, Arizona State would be the 11, Clemson would be the 12, Boise with where they're ranked. We'll see where they're ranked tomorrow. Would be the 10. They wouldn't get the automatic buys. That needs to be a thing. And then also, I would love to see them get rid of the committee. I would love to see them go back to the BCS style, where you take the human element and the human bias out of it.
Yeah. So D said because Bama fans are spoiled. That's exactly right, Derek. Mm-hmm. They are absolutely mad at Alabama fans because we have won so much. That's all there is to it. They're mad. They're absolutely upset. The hate is beautiful because they would not hate us if we weren't so dominant for many, many, many years. So that's all that's happening right now is they're just relishing in the fact that we're on the bubble, and that's okay.
Bradley, the BCS 12 would almost be identical to what the committee said already on Tuesday. So,
with SMU losing, guys, they're not even going to be top 12 in the BCS. I can go ahead and tell you that right now. Miami wasn't even top 12 in the BCS, even though they were 12 in the playoff ranking. Quan said, as an LSU fan, Bama should be in. We'll see what happens. I've told you straight up, Alabama doesn't deserve it. We'll see what happens. I know everybody is in here to try to rag on us. We know the teams that are in. We don't know who's out, and it could be Bama. It could be Bama.
Florida State.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah,
I was going to comment on those two comments. Sawyer said, "What do you think about Texas' loss?" I think Texas has a really, really good defense. I think their offense has been a little overrated, and I broke that down on Wednesday. And the reason I picked Georgia tonight, not just because I'm a Georgia fan, but I really broke that down in depth. As far as Florida State goes, god dang.
Jordan says, if Bama gets in, congrats, Bama. You were bad enough to stay home this week. Here's your playoff. Tennessee was bad enough to stay home this week, too. What's your point?
And Indiana. And Ohio State.
I don't understand
and
this.
Notre Dame.
No, I don't understand this. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand this. Bama's riding on their name, second or worst squad. Yes, 100%. Mark, 100%. This is one of the worst squads we've had in probably 20 years, to be honest with you. 100%. 100% agree with you. I've already said they don't deserve the playoffs. I'm just waiting on someone to argue who's better. And the only team that really makes sense about being better is Ole Miss, and they've already voted Ole Miss out. They put Ole Miss behind South Carolina and frickin' Miami. I mean, they're out. He said, y'all hate on Bama too much. Not their fault. The committee won't get off their knees for them. When you win, you get the benefit of the doubt. I don't know what else to tell you. Tennessee has 2 losses, Bama 3. They still didn't play for the. Your argument was that they sucked, so they didn't go to play for the title. You see how there's holes here. I don't understand this. That's what you said. I didn't say it. Again, Bama doesn't deserve to be there. Will they? I don't know. Saban is gone, D, 100%. It's not the same Alabama, 100%. We might get left out. That's fine. So is Kane. Clemson has 3 losses, buddy. And remember, Bama beat both 2 teams that beat Clemson very easily. You know,
Quan said, how does Texas have that easy of a schedule and Oklahoma has to play everyone? Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, we all wondered that one. That was Ole Miss got. I mean, Oklahoma got the old black one right up the.
Yeah, they rolled out the red carpet for Texas to come into the SEC, and I said it at the beginning of this, and I'll say it again. I'm glad the SEC has stayed SEC, and if you're an SEC person, you know what I mean by that.
Yeah, SMU lost to 17th ranked Clemson as an 8th seed. SMU was supposed to win this game. Clemson got blown out by the SEC champion, and Alabama beat them. So, college football. Mark says college football is all about money. Trust Bama's in. That's right. We bring revenue. That's we've said that. It's a business. That's why we predict them to be in. It's a business. We don't know about the first round. We said wait till tomorrow when we know the teams, then we'll talk about it.
JSaw 25-21 said Gators would have won the ACC this year with the schedule they had.
100%. 100%. No one's denying that. That's the problem. See, no one. They're they only had 2 losses against freaking group of 5 teams.
Jake, I'll give you that. Texas defense is definitely no joke, though. That's SEC for sure. I agree. Texas defense is an elite defense. Mm-hmm. It's the offense that just couldn't get it done today. So I said this earlier, Georgia held Texas to 6 field goal attempts. Their defense bent but never broke. And had they turned 2 of those 6 drives into touchdowns, that game never goes to overtime.
The amnesia the amnesia is staggering, but Alabama is still better than SMU. Like I said, that's the point. It's not about who we lost to, who we won. It's about SMU stinks. They stink.
Jake,
they couldn't beat a team they were supposed to beat.
I'll answer this one for you again. I was actually surprised tonight that we didn't see Manning more. He gives you that threat to be able to run as well as throw. And he can throw just as good as yours, in my opinion. I thought we would see Manning a lot more in that game than we did. But it's just like any team in the nation. You go with your guy, and yours is their guy. So Kirby has been a fault of that for many years. He goes with his guy regardless of whether that's the best option, because in my opinion, Fields was the option back when Fromm was there, but he stuck with Fromm. So it's hard to make that switch. And there's only one coach in recent memory that's made that switch in a big moment, and that was Saban when he went to Tua over Jalen in the national championship game at halftime. So,
and Paul Wright, Vandy took Texas down to the wire and only beat them. Only got beat by 3 against Texas. The same just competed. So we got to quit. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. It is what it is. It is what it is. SMU, we've already seen it in the chat. SMU would be a severe underdog against Bama. Go look it up. The internet's free, guys.
Hell, they might be a severe underdog against most SEC teams.
Mark said thoughts on Bama playing at Notre Dame with crazy crowd and in the snow with 10 degrees plus wind.
Bro, it's been in the fucking teens here in Tennessee.
I think Notre Dame is I think they're soft, man. I think their defense is really good though. What, buddy?
Like the weather thing is fucking stupid, especially when you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't understand the weather thing either, because like they act like it doesn't get cold here. We practice. Yeah. The SEC doesn't look like we have any powerhouses.
That's because we all beat up on each other.
Yeah. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand. We play Georgia one week and beat the hell out of each other, Georgia and Alabama on the field. Then we lose to Vandy, and they're like, "Oh man, what?" Because we literally we beat the hell out of each other.
We can do the hypotheticals all we want.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why it's a hypothetical. I mean, these teams are going to get a chance to prove it on the field.
Yeah,
and I've seen multiple people say it in the chat tonight, and we've said it in multiple weeks for weeks now. Any team that gets into this playoff outside of a certain few, I feel like if they play their best ball, could win this playoff.
Yes, 100%, Zay. It's not about who deserves anything. It's about the best 12. The best 12. And I'm going to tell you, you have an argument for, literally, guys, you have an argument for Miami being in over SMU. Everything about Miami is better than SMU.
So Jake asked a really good question, and it's a really good question. It says, "Does Boise State beat anybody in the playoffs?" Here's the facts. Boise State plays in the Mountain West. Okay, that is what it is. Their only loss this year was a 3-point loss to the undefeated, clear-cut number 1 team in the nation. Mm-hmm. Do I think Genty could run the ball and their offensive line do good enough for them to be able to control the clock and stay in a game and maybe have a chance at the end? Sure. If I had to break it down to these bigger conferences having the speed, the depth, the size, I don't think they're going to win a game in this playoff. That's my honest opinion. Yeah. Does it mean they can't? No. Look what they did to Oklahoma years and years ago. I mean, nobody gave them a chance in the Fiesta Bowl. And Zabransky was the quarterback back then, and they pulled it off.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything could happen. Yeah. Doesn't mean it will.
So, yeah, 100% right. I've seen in the chat, like, if people, what I'm seeing right now is what the world thinks is we should just be able to play easy fucking schedules and not play anybody, just play a bunch of easy people all the time. And then we will just coast into the playoffs every year because that's just what happens. It doesn't matter,
Mark,
your strength of schedule.
Mark, I'll give you this. I think Notre Dame has played good since the beginning of the year. I think they're finally gelling as a team. They know their identity. They know what they want to do. But Notre Dame's schedule is favorable to them. We'll see what they do when they play teams that are as big as them, as fast as them, as talented as them, and have the depth.
When is the last time Notre Dame won a bowl game. Oh wait, I know it's been a while. I will say this: Zach said y'all can't handle Alabama not being in the playoff. I have already said Alabama does not deserve to be in the playoffs. I've said it about 50 times tonight. They don't deserve it. The problem is, if you're asking, are they better than SMU? The answer is a clear-cut, unequivocal yes. That's all we're saying. But we'll be going live tomorrow when they announce it, and then you can come back and tell us. Notre Dame has a run game and a solid defense. Hey, they do have a good defense. Mm-hmm. They do have a good defense. I will give you 100% credit, man. Paul Wright says there's a bigger argument with Alabama, Indiana than SMU. Indiana, thanks for letting me argue. Productively, would it be better to have 5 to 12 team conferences? 12 team conferences, all teams play. Probably over the course of. Yes, it probably would be, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think what we're going to see is the SEC and Big Ten get bigger and force the ACC. You've already seen the Pac-12 collapse, and then I can honestly see the Big 12 eventually dissolving as well. Because these two conferences rule football. And like Riddle said earlier, if you had to bet your house on one of them, if you said Big Ten SEC wins a national title every year, you'd bet the farm on it 100%. Let's see. Quan says, going to make a call to LSU and tell them not to schedule any hard teams next year. Easy way to get in. 100%, dude. So SEC or playoff 12? No, I said SEC and Big Ten because we got told that all these other conferences are great. ACC's great. ACC's not going to win it. They're going to get destroyed. Do we all agree with that? I mean,
I do.
Yeah, I don't think Clemson.
I do.
The ACC champions already got beat on the field by the SEC championship by 31 points.
Well, that and I mean, Clemson's going to be the 12 seed.
Yes.
That we know, and they're going to have to play the 5 seed. And that 5 seed will either be Notre Dame or Penn State. That we know. That is the only first-round matchup that we kind of have an idea of what it is. And I've already said that Clemson more than likely loses to both of those teams.
The 8 teams playing for a Power 4 championship should be Mark, who says the Power 4 champions should be a lock? The ACC stinks and the Big 12 stink.
Here's my thing about that, though, is you're saying Iowa State deserves to be a lock.
No.
Yeah, that's a
joke.
That's a hell no.
You can't say that. The ACC deserves to get one team in. One team.
Texas won't be the 5 because Georgia was ranked 5th overall, and they were, the 7th seed in the last ranking?
Jordan, what rules say it? What rules are you referring to? You've made a lot of, I don't want to say compelling arguments.
Wild claims.
Yeah. What rules say it? I want to know what rules. The top 4 are locks. Okay. It's the highest ranked conference champions get a bye week.
Yeah. So what we know, and I'll say this again, what we know is Oregon is the 1 seed. Georgia will be the 2 seed. Boise State will be the 3 seed.
Yep.
Arizona State will be the 4 seed, and they will get the byes. And then Clemson will be the 12 seed because they are the 5th highest ranked conference champion.
Jordan, we've never argued that the winner of the conference they get an automatic bid. We've never argued against that. We've said that many times. The comment was made that whoever's playing for the conference championship should get an automatic bid too, and that's absolutely baloney.
Yeah, there's no way Iowa State
absolutely
deserves a shot.
Like I said, if SMU gets in, guys, I will be the first one to say congratulations to those guys. Okay, they had a good season. I've already said this. I've already said it. Alabama doesn't deserve to get in. We had our chances. We blew it. So I don't know why Tennessee, I like Tennessee's position. They're going to be 9th right now on our board, and they're probably going to play Ohio State. Probably one of the marquee games of the whole playoffs, to be honest with you. And that means something because Tennessee has not been a marquee game in a long time. Not in the postseason. SMU is a good football team by ACC standards, Zach. They are a good football team. Gavin says, as an SMU fan, do we make it in? You have as good a shot as anybody. They say the odds are on SMU to make it. So run. No, Jacob. Right now it's going to be Tennessee at the Shoe. Yeah. Riddle, are you going to make it tomorrow, buddy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I was just looking. ESPN just released their projected top 12.
All right.
And it's Oregon's 1, Georgia 2, Boise State's 3, Arizona State's 4, Penn State would be the 5, Texas would be the 6, Notre Dame would be the 7, Ohio State 8, Tennessee 9, Indiana 10, SMU 11, and Clemson 12.
All right. There you go. So that's ESPN's prediction.
Which would mean
SMU, ESPN would know.
Yeah, and that would mean Clemson would play at Penn State, SMU would play at Texas, Indiana would play at Notre Dame, and Tennessee would play at Ohio State in the first round.
Well, whoever got SMU, well, congratulations and good luck in the second round.
Yeah. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people. 13 people on the ESPN panel projecting theirs. Only one of them picked Alabama.
Yep.
So there it is.
Which would mean, your second round games, you would have the Clemson Penn State winner playing Arizona State. You would have the SMU Texas winner playing Boise State. Mm-hmm. You would have the Indiana Notre Dame winner playing Georgia, and the Tennessee Ohio State winner playing Oregon.
Yeah, hey, we'll all be here for it because basically those teams they're playing the ACC are getting a first round. They're getting a first round bye and a second round bye. I mean, this is going to be easy.
So Texas is getting a first round bye after all.
Yeah, Texas. Okay, cool. Texas gets SMU, and then they get Boise State. So
that's great.
Bradley says, "What's tougher to win, the playoff or the SEC?"
That's a good question.
I'm gonna say the playoff is more difficult, and the only reason is you're playing teams that have vetted it all out on the field for the whole season, and you're playing them back to back to back. That's a lot to do. It's a lot to ask anybody. Injuries happen, fatigue. There's no breaks. I mean, you don't have a cupcake in between. You don't have a bye week. It's just back to back. We'll see what happens, guys. Like I said, if SMU's in, I've told you straight up, Alabama doesn't deserve to be in. We had our chances. We lost those games. Here's the deal. If SMU's in, great, man. They're the only team that could really get in. So,
Mark, he said any teams lose key players tonight. I'm going to say that Georgia lost the most tonight. And not just the Carson Beck thing. Brent Thorson is an All-American punter. Over the last few years, teams have rarely even got a return against him. He has been a key for Georgia on flipping the field. And I'm almost positive his ACL gave out on him tonight. And that might, on the surface, that might not seem like a lot, but that is going to be a big loss for Georgia moving forward if that's a major injury.
I saw that, Darion, and ESPN is predicting Bama to be out. And I said Bama should not be deserving. Are they better? Are they a better team than SMU? The answer is yes. And no one can convince me other than that. I mean, there's no, you won't win that battle. But SMU is probably going to get in. Bama's going to be out. Yeah, SMU is going to be a cupcake. They're going to get dogged on it. They're going to get dogged.
Cam said, "Who does the dude on top root for?"
Tennessee.
Shit. Yeah, right. That's right. The only that's the real UT, by the way. The real UT.
Thank you for following, Jacob. Yeah, bottom line is Alabama had their shot to win, guys. They lost games they shouldn't have lost in ways they shouldn't have lost them. 100%. I agree with you. If SMU's in, we will accept that gracefully. It's okay.
Georgia boy, I'll fill this one real quick. He said he feels Stockton should play in the playoffs. I don't trust Beck to get it done. I've been saying that since I've been on, since about 8:15 tonight. What I saw and the team's response to Gunner, they haven't had that response all year with Beck at any point. And I'm wondering if there's more to that as far as in the locker room, if Beck comes off as a me first type of guy. Mm-hmm. And Stockton gives you that run threat as well. And he proved his arm strength tonight. I know he didn't have to throw it deep at any point, and that was Bobo and his scheme with him. But he's got the arm to make the throws. So, in my personal opinion, I do think Stockton might give us the better chance to win in the long run.
So, a comment came in and it said, if SMU is in, then strength of schedule doesn't matter. If Bama's in, then conference championships don't matter. So what you're going to see, though, I just want you to know is if SMU is in, strength of schedule does not matter. And if I'm an SEC team, I would go schedule every damn cupcake I could. And when somebody wants to bitch about it, say, oh, well, but you're the ones that wanted this. You're the ones that wanted this. All you teams that are playing these crappy, these ACC, these crappy schedules, that's what you wanted.
Yeah, that hit that Stockton took, I thought he was dead. He folded like a lawn chair, but he did hop right back up. And that dude's tough as nails. He'll always have my respect for that.
Yeah. But yeah, 100%. Like, so, I feel bad for South Carolina. I feel bad for Ole Miss. I feel bad for Miami. All those teams would probably beat SMU.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it stinks. It is what it is, guys. You take the committee with what they say. So when they come out tomorrow, yeah, it was a clean hit, D, 100%. But it was a hard.
There was no argument from me because at that point, Gunner Stockton was trying to get in the end zone. He was a runner of the football. He was no longer a protected quarterback, and the reason he took the shot to the head is because he was trying to lower down to take the hit, and the defender's shoulder is what hit him in the head. I had no gripes whatsoever about that hit because that was a defender in that moment that was trying to keep the game alive, and that was a quarterback in that moment that was trying to win the game. I mean, that's football.
Yeah. What was it? It says Mark said Notre Dame a real threat this year. Honest take. I would say, I think, can they win the first game? Being a fifth or sixth, if it's SMU and Clemson, they can absolutely win that game.
Well, the projection from ESPN is Notre Dame and Indiana, and Notre Dame would be hosting.
Yeah, I think Notre Dame could win that game. Yes,
and then the winner of that gets Georgia.
That's going to be a hard out for Notre Dame. I'm just saying it will be. The speed in the SEC on defense is going to be very, very tough. Notre Dame, I'm just saying, guys, and we're talking honest to God, forget the bias. Every time Notre Dame plays an SEC team, what happens? They get absolutely destroyed on the field. It's not even close.
Georgia boy said Gunner is Bobby Boucher.
Yeah. Oh, he's something, all right.
Remember that time Boucher came in at halftime of the SEC championship and the Bulldogs won the title?
Thank you for fun, Chris. Hey, so we're gonna wrap up. We're gonna wrap up, guys, because all these two guys got to work tomorrow. 6 hours. And so here's the deal. I'll be on live tomorrow. These guys will be at work, but I'll be on live at 11 o'clock to go over the playoff rankings. So you can come rub it in my face. I'll be okay. Like I said, Alabama doesn't. I'll say it one more time. Alabama doesn't deserve to be in the playoffs. So you can all sleep well.
If I can't hop on live because I'll be at the Screw tomorrow and it's going to be loud, I will definitely be in the chat posting live with y'all.
So hey, appreciate everyone who showed up tonight. If you haven't, please go like, follow, subscribe, do all that good shit for us. We actually have a podcast talking about the same things that you heard tonight every week. We do Wednesdays and Saturday nights at 8:30. We plan to carry on through the off season talking about college basketball, recruiting, everything on, you know, it won't be as in depth obviously as the weeks of college football, obviously, but the ranking comes out at 11 tomorrow, guys. I'll be on live at 11, and then we'll probably go live that night to kind of talk about everything and kind of give our little tidbits on what we think is going to happen. But yeah, please go follow, like, subscribe to the podcast. We're on Apple, Spotify, and Amazon Music. And like I said, we appreciate everybody for being here. And y'all show up tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. All right. See you guys.